ITTP has another goal that will cement its position as the hub of international cooperation in the ICT sector in October 2015. The GII network opened as a network communication platform linked to a redevelopment ITTP homepage. The GII network is a hub for ICT-related personnel at private, public, industrial, and academic institutions, including students and graduates of ITTP, as well as ICT experts and scholars, both home and abroad. Against such backdrop, ITTP supports industry-university cooperation in two ways. It includes BOCP and ARCS. BOCP enables ITTP students to study ICT issues at home through internship at Korean companies. If graduates of ITTP want to cooperate with Korean ICT organizations or companies to solve ICT issues in their homeland, they can take advantage
지금 줌 참석자 중에 비디오 끄신 분들 비디오 켜주세요. For our participants joining on Zoom, please turn on your video. We'll be starting the live stream soon, so your faces will be going out online on YouTube. 네, 이수정 이사님 혹시 들리시나요? G2G바이오 이수정 이사님 들리시나요? 이수정 이사님 혹시 들리시나요?
들리시는지.
네, 이수정 이사님 안녕하세요. 혹시 잘 들리시나요? 다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다. 그 줌 참석자들 중에 비디오 끄신 분들은 비디오 켜주시면 감사하겠습니다. So for our Zoom participants, if you could please turn on your video, that would be great. Thank you. 네, 상무님 잘 들리시나요? G2G 바이오 이수정 상무님 들리시나요?
이수정 상무님
말하는 거 괜찮아.
말은 들리네.
대하여 기수정 사모님 혹시 들리시나요?
만들었어요, 도라지청을? 아니면 산 거예요? 설마 만들게 했겠나?
그냥 샀어요.
저도 오늘 하루가 빡빡할 것 같아가지고 레몬청 만들어 거 많이 가져왔어요.
선생님 진짜 만드는 거예요? 역시.
너무 쉬운데 소스.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Park Young-duk, professor of KAIST. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Park Young-duk, professor of KAIST. First of all, I'd like to thank the participants for attending GCCW conference. Before we begin, I'd like to make some announcements, and participants are asked to turn off your audio and please turn the video on. And this event is providing simultaneous interpretations in English, Korean, and Chinese. So please use the language selection menu at the bottom of the Zoom screen to choose your preferred language. Today's GCCW conference consists of 3 sessions. First session is about Korea-China Technology Cooperation Network. And second is about a Korea-India Technology Cooperation Network. And that will be followed by a special session. So let's begin the first session. The first session is about the Korea-China Technology Cooperation Network. During the sessions, we will cover presentations and discussions to analyze past achievements and discuss future opportunities. And that will be followed by another topic, which is about identifying cooperation areas in the smart factory industry. So during the sessions, ITIRI of China, E3 Beijing R&D Center, Blue Signal, and G2G Bio will make presentations. And at the end of the sessions, we'll have a comprehensive discussions. And let's begin the first presentation. The first presentation will be done by Ms. Laura Du, General Manager of the Industrial Technology Innovation Research Institute. That institute has expertise in terms of Korea-China Technology Cooperation Network, centering around Suzhou of Gansu province of China. So, Ms. Du, please go ahead with your presentation.
두 대표님,
Now I'd like to invite the first speaker, Laura Du, for the presentation. Do you hear me? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to deliver this presentation in the GCCW. My name is Lao Dou, and I am now working for the Industrial Technology Innovation Research Institute. So I'd like to talk about the success stories or the strategies for Korean companies to make advancement into the Chinese market. So again, I'll be focusing on the strategies for advancing into the Chinese market by Korean companies. In the past, we also had a lot of experiences for helping the companies to make an entry into the Chinese market. So please allow me to share some of the experience that I had before. This is the content that I'll be covering today. The first one is introduction of our organization, ITRI, and the second one is about the macroeconomic market in China. And then I'll talk about the case study and the other tips for entering into the Chinese market. And at the same time, I would also like to cover the actual case and also the achievement by the Korean companies in this social area. Well, of course, I will also introduce some of the business models and the collaboration projects that that were done by the Korean companies. So the first is about the role and value of ITRI, which is my organization. Well, this was established in 2019, and this is relatively new. So the acronym is ITRI, and the full name is Industrial Technology Innovation Research Institute. So we try to provide the innovation platform for the entrepreneurs. And at the same time, we also have a globalization the project. We are located in the Jiangsu province, and this is the reason why we get some financial support from the Jiangsu province. We also had the collaboration together with the Korean research institutes and the universities. We also create the value for the global innovators in China, and our primary goal is to provide a support for the ultimate technology commercialization. So this is the mechanism. So let me introduce our mission. So again, we are located in the Jiangsu province. And this is the area where the manufacturing sectors are very, very vibrant. A lot of manufacturing sectors are waiting for the upgrade. This means that we desperately need the new technology coming from the other countries. We try to leverage the network that we have in the local area. And at the same time, we also provide support for the foreign companies to make an entry. Sometimes we also have matching projects, and for that, we also provide a specialized service and then achieve the technology commercialization at the end of the day. Our mission is to provide the bridge to build the innovations between the Chinese companies and the Korean companies. And we provide the following services, as you can see from this slide. The first one is to set up the business platform and also the other professional services. So we provide diverse services for the mass production and also for innovation. And this must be somewhat vulnerable for most of the foreign companies. The Chinese government has tried very hard for the past several years to provide special programs, especially for the foreign companies, especially when they make a first entry into the Chinese market. Sometimes they lack understanding on the current Chinese market. We are very much knowledgeable about the government policies and the regulations. So we'll sometimes try to find out some of the areas where the foreign companies need to focus more. Most of the companies also have the need for the financial support or the financing programs. So we also give support for the companies to secure the financial investment. This is the organization chart that we have. This is the HR department. We also have the administration department, and we also have a corporate service, as you can see from the left-hand side of this table. We provide the management consulting, which is a very expert, specialized services, and we provide it to the foreign companies. Of course, we also have startup companies as well as SMEs. When they make an entry into the Chinese market, they may encounter some of the challenges as well as the difficulties. We have the local support the body and try to help them to better get adopted to the environment. Sometimes they need to have a market strategies as well as management strategies, and we also give some support for that. At the same time, we try to match the companies with the potential customers or the consumers in the Chinese market. And we also have another department on the HR. These are startups or the foreign companies may have some human resources issue, and we also provide support regarding the HR issues. Sometimes we also provide the services for the recruitment as well as retention. And the last part is the legal compliance. And we also have another dedicated department to provide a service regarding the compliance or the regulation understanding. And regarding the industry and academia collaboration, we are very much active in executing the global projects together with Korea as well as with other countries. So we provide a service for the collaboration. In the future, we also utilize the fund that we already have, and for the collaboration, we are ready to provide a fund for that, such as angel investment. You will see the case study in this slide, and this is about the Korean company. One of the Korean companies also made an entry into this Sojo region, the Sojo Industrial Park, which is called the SIP or the SIP. I think this is a very successful case. So I will be covering this in detail in the later part of my presentation. So I'd like to introduce the kind of services that we provide to this company. We also introduced the business model and the evaluation, and also the deliberation on the element, especially in the initial stage of the entry. We help them to set up the business report and also the communication. This is a quite the recent one because this was done in this year. So of course we had a lot of difficulties because most of the Korean companies could not execute the original plan that they had in mind. And this time I'd like to introduce the partners that we're working together with. So we have SIP, Sojo Industrial, the partner, Industrial Park, and I can introduce a little bit more about the SIP later on. We also work with the Johns Hopkins, GCC, like KAIST Global Communication Center, and the other examples that you can see on this slide, including Daejeon Technopark. We also have other partners, including Lushou, the law firm, as well as the financial institutions. And especially for the automobiles and the semiconductor, we are working very closely with the Korean companies for their entry into the Chinese market. This slide shows our profile companies whom we are working together with right now. So semiconductor, nanotechnology, environmental technology, and the new media, the sectors are the partners that we work together. Again, I told you that we are located in the SIP, and we are also working very closely together with other global companies, well-known global companies. We also can leverage the well-built network working in this SIP. There are top 500 global companies. Now let me move on to part 2, which is about the Chinese market overview and the strategy for success. So I'd like to introduce the current situation of the Chinese market. I think more details will be covered by the second speaker, Mr. Son Ik-soo from the ETRI. But let me introduce what I have prepared. This is something that must be very much familiar with you. This is the very, very basic data. So let me introduce some of them, especially focusing on the smartphone and the e-commerce transaction values, as well as the mobile payment system. This is the market size for the mobile payment. There will be surging demand on the AI or big data in China, so we can better respond to the future situation. This is a market outlook in coming 3 to 5 years. So the innovation definitely will become a buzzword. So let me go into a detail. Well, this is the market outlook, and I'd like to first talk about the innovation driver. We definitely need to have the need to work together with the global companies with advanced technology. So they will be definitely welcomed by by the Chinese companies, because we have a growing demand on these sectors such as health, finance, culture, entertainment, etc. So I think there will be growing demand on these sectors because China continuously grows, and we definitely see more demand coming from these sectors. So there will be more business opportunities in this sector. So this is about the characteristic of the Chinese market. First of all, the market size is really huge. And we also have giant companies. So that's number one. We have big fish in a big water. And number two, this is something that you must be bearing in mind, because we also have a very, very friendly environment for new companies. And next is about the investment financing. We are very open for the investment and the financing. We also witness fierce competition in this industry, because the Chinese local companies are also very much aggressive. This means that when foreign companies enter into the Chinese market, they need to completely understand the market situation to overcome or at least resolve the competition issue. Now I'd like to talk about some of the attributes or the factors for international high-tech SMEs. The primary element or the factor need to focus is marketing, because promotion is extremely important. At the same time, they also need to secure a number of customers. So this is a kind of prerequisite for the success. They need to have a strategy for the smooth soft landing or the localization. So number one is marketing, number two is the localization, and number three is investment, and number four is compliance with the China-specific rules and regulations and the laws. We see growing demand in these areas. So let me give you some examples of the rising industries. So I already prepared some of the images for these industries on my slide. So healthcare, pharmaceutical company, and the new material sector such as semiconductor. So again, these are the rising industries like smart devices as well as semiconductor components. And the last part that I'd like to talk about is lifestyle and experience-based industry, because we also see the increasing segment in the middle income range. This time, let me switch gear and talk a little bit about the potential difficulties for foreign startups. So number one would be the language, and number two would be culture, because definitely we see some different culture or the culture gap. And number three is about the information asymmetry, and sometimes information asymmetry may come from the language barrier. As long as they have a lot of information, they can better adapt to the environment, but sometimes they may have a different interpretation just because they do not have a full understanding of the foreign languages like the Chinese. So these are the main the barriers that most of the global or the foreign companies may face, especially based on my experience. So if you want to have a more successful localization, definitely you need to have a very good relationship with the local companies. That way, you can better adapt to the Chinese market, because we see rapid change all the time. So once the foreign company decide to make an entry into China, then they need to have a localization strategy immediately by setting up the networks with the local companies to get some assistance. And at the same time, you also need to identify or search for the reliable the business partners. Now I'd like to move on to talk about the special program support from the government. So this is the case done with the Korean companies. They make an entry in the Suzhou, the province, and these are the supports that they got from the Suzhou provincial government. So please pay attention to this program. So these are the projects that the Suzhou is currently executing. So this is very much important. So please allow me to introduce more detail about this program. So a lot of companies are actually beneficiary of this the support. In the past 10 years, they have been very much fair and equal in providing services and support to foreign companies. And this also draws a lot of attention. And I know there's a fierce competition to join and win this project. Once you win the project and become a player, then you can enjoy tax incentives and other type of the support. So this is that kind of angel investment type, especially when they make first entry into the Chinese market. So this is given for about 3 to 5 years after their first entry. Let me give you some examples here. So you also get the initial investment support, and also the grant for the specialized manpower. You also can get the space for the office and for the housing. This slide shows a success case that we had by working with the Korean companies. Again, this was done this year. We successfully collaborated 2 Korean companies this year. So it's 100% the Korean company. So we had a very close collaboration and the communication with us to make an entry into the Chinese market. So first, we gave advice on their business direction. Well, I think their business area is very suitable and for the Chinese market demand, where they got the initial support from us so they could successfully set up the right direction for their business, which will affect their future business as well. We also help the company to have a very smooth connection with the SIP.
Five minutes left.
Well, due to the time constraint, let me move on to the next part. We also provide the services so that they make smooth the soft landing. We also introduce some of the special characteristics so that they can have a very smooth localization. They make a successful entry, and after that, the business partners, especially the Chinese business partners, as well as financial institutions, paid attention to this company. And at next stage, we also search for the right site, the planned site. I just introduced some of the successful cases that we had together with the 2 Korean companies. I mentioned previously that we are located in the Suzhou Industrial Park. Maybe some of you are already aware of it. We first started this one with the Singapore government. This is very typical collaboration type of the project. We are geographically very close to the Shanghai, and we can reach maybe to Shanghai within 30 minutes. This shows the overall living environment. I do hope that the more Korean companies could visit and experience our industrial park. And on our part, we will also provide the lot of support. Well, you will see the names of the Korean companies, mostly bio and the semiconductor and the new material manufacturers. We have a number of the projects, and I think the project that we are doing right now are very compatible to the Korean companies. So they will pay attention to the activities as well as the projects that we have. So I am ready to provide more information if you want to know more about our projects. Thank you very much for your presentation. And let me move on and introduce our second speaker.
배틀의 북경센터 발표해 주실 거고요. 미국 최고의 ICT.
Second presenter is Ik-Soo Son, Director of Beijing of the R&D Center in ETRI. And ETRI is the Electronics and Telecommunication Research Institute, which is the best ICT dedicated research institute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sonik Soo, Director of Beijing R&D Center of Battery. And the Beijing R&D Centers has been established since 2001, and we are supporting the company's entry into the market. And today I'd like to talk about battery technology commercialization in China and opportunities. As you are well aware, with the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, countries around the world have seen a decline in their economic activities. But as part of the effort to build new infrastructure, especially China is shoring up investments in 7 sectors. So the new infrastructure, that is the catchphrase of the Chinese government these days. And the COVID-19 pandemic has facilitated the economic transition and reform process of China. As you see here, they decided to make investments in 7 sectors. And the 7 sectors can be categorized into 3 areas. The first area is ICT, infrastructure and communications, 5G infrastructures, AI, big data centers, and industrial internet. And the second area is energy network. So that is about ultra-high voltage and intercity high-speed rails and rail transportations. And third area is the electric vehicle and charging infrastructure. So today I'd like to talk about ICT area briefly. As you know, there is a saying that demand goes up where there is money. Chinese economic stimulus package during 2008 financial crisis was about 4 trillion yuan. But new infrastructure investment stimulus plan for COVID-19 is estimated at 34 trillion yuan. Of course, there are different numbers and figures depending on which institute has conducted an analysis. However, overall, the total investment stimulus package is bringing about a lot of investment. So this year, 3 trillion yuan is expected, and that figure is a 15% increase every year until 2025. I'd like to talk about the central and local governments and companies. The central government identify national policy direction, and local government deliver specific objectives and actions. And private companies, as well as state-run companies, will participate in the plan. For example, please take a look at the table here. So this is about Shanghai new infra investment plan for 4 sectors. So the total investment cost will be about 270 billion yuan. And private companies need to participate for 210 billion yuan. So economic development is a priority for China. So under the national plan, local governments are also delivering specific objectives and actions in order to achieve the goal set by the nation. The previous speaker talked about Suzhou region, and the Suzhou industrial complex is one of the biggest complexes in China, and it is growing in size. So in order for Korean companies to advance into the Chinese market, detailed strategies are needed. So that will be covered in the later part of my presentation. So I'd like to cover specifically the ICT sector. First sector is 5G infrastructure. So 4 institutions obtained licensing rights from the Chinese government concerning the 5G last year. So 3 of them are existing telecommunication companies, and this year alone, about 700,000 base stations will be established for 5G infrastructure. So the total investment needed for 5G infrastructure would be about 628 billion yuan. And this is about the second sector, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is one of the fast-growing industries in China, and they have set a goal to become the #1 in terms of artificial intelligence. And so far, they have shown an annual growth rate of 44.5%, and compared against the 26.2% world average. And the artificial intelligence sector is expected to increase further in the future. So at the moment, actually there are 11 trial zones as of 2019, but the number is likely to go up to 20 trial zones by 2023. This is about big data center. Data is a key resource in production. Large amount of data produced through IoT, industry internet, e-commerce, and that needs to be stored. So the ultra largest big data center will be established. So as of 2019, the market size was about 370 billion yuan, but it is expected to reach 707 billion yuan in 2025. And the fourth sector is industrial internet. This is like the same as IoT. But in China, instead of IoT, they are using the term industrial internet based on the 5G infrastructure, IoT sensors in diverse ways will be established. So by the year 2025, their goal is to build between 3 to 5 world-class industrial internet platforms. So this plan itself is about building infrastructures necessary. In fact, the South Korean government as well this year released a plan for Digital New Deal. So creating a Digital New Deal DNA ecosystem is one of the focuses of the Korean government as well. But this slide is about making a comparison between China Manufacturing 2025 and Korea DNA policies. So under the China Manufacturing 2025 plan, there are 10 areas. And Korea DNA policy alone, if we take a look at the Korean DNA policy alone, there are 3 areas: big data, network, and AI. So in this slide, you would be able to compare between Chinese and Korean policies. So this indicates that Korean companies, based on the developed technologies that they have more chances to advance into the Chinese market. So I'd like to talk about new opportunities in China. So this is the summary of what I have mentioned so far. So there are business opportunities. In China, there is an unprecedented investment in new digital infrastructure. And exports and cooperation opportunities are increasing in the new infrastructure industry as Chinese government is promoting and reinforcing its sectors by inviting foreign investors. And third, there are incentives offered by the Chinese government to foreign companies that invest in the encouraged industry. So as a person who is working in China, I'd like to talk about strategies for Korean companies. First, there is a need to have competitive advantages. So your products or services should be differentiated from others. And also, cost-wise, there should be a competitive cost and price. And there should be a specific focus. And second point I'd like to talk about is that there is a need to conduct market survey or study beforehand, before going into the market, in order to prioritize which province to enter. And third, there is a need to find appropriate business partners. So with whom you will be working for the Chinese market needs to be thought of in a thorough manner. And in which province or in which location should I set up my company in Chinese market? So this question is very important as well. And lastly, I'd like to talk about the need to fully utilize Chinese government's incentive packages. And much of the content was already covered by the previous presenter, so let me move on to the next topic. For those of you who are not well aware of ATRI, I'd like to make a brief introduction of ATRI. ATRI is a government-funded or invested research institute. So it is a national research institute founded in 1976. It has head office in Daejeon in Korea, but it has 2 overseas offices in the US and in China. So the scope of research area is the R&D in ICT area. And our vision is to become a national AI research institute, at the same time to make a better tomorrow. So this is about the total budget, R&D budget. So this budget written in this slide is offered to ATRI by the Korean government. It's been about 44 years since the establishment of the ATRI. Over those years, ATRI has been taking the lead in introducing new technologies to Korea. So especially, ATRI was taking the lead in developing semiconductors. And also, the CDMA was further developed by ATRI. And that served as a good basis for Korea to take a leap as a CDMA superpower. And recently, ATRI is further focusing on artificial intelligence. So we are working on developing new areas of technologies that you see on the map. ATRI is focusing not only on R&D but also on commercialization. So ranging from R&D, IP management, technology marketing, technology transfer, up to the post-support area, ATRI is providing, is working hard. And this is the organization chart that you can refer to. So the Beijing R&D Center of ATRI belongs to the SMEs and Commercialization Division. Over the last 5 years, the number of patents applied is 14,653, and technology transfer amounted to $166 million. We have more than 2,000 partners, and we have been working with 42 startups. And this is about the ATRI Beijing R&D Center. The ATRI Beijing R&D Center was established in 2002. So far, the R&D Center in Beijing has been promoting Korea-China cooperation, as well as the ATRI technology transfer, and we have been supporting Korean SMEs in China. So as you see here, the mission statement, we are serving as a bridge between Korea and China. I'd like to briefly talk about what kind of work we have been doing so far. One of the most important matters in China in doing business is to find the right partners. So cooperative partners is very important. So we have been creating relations with the Ministry of Science and Technology, the National Development and Reform Commission, and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of the central government of China. And when it comes to local governments, we are doing a lot of exchange activities like Qingdao, Jiangsu, and other local governments. So we do exchange with local governments as well. The Beijing R&D Center of ATRI, as part of the efforts to support Korean companies in China, is doing hard work in the market. Secondly, we promote ATRI technology in the Beijing R&D Center in a direct and indirect manner. For example, we promote ATRI technologies in various seminars and forums, and we exhibit ATRI technologies with for various Chinese partners. So what I mean by indirect activity is that actually we also support Korean companies in technology transfer. So one of the examples is that there is a company that received a technology transfer from ATRI, and that company was also further supported by local governments of China. Lastly, one of the things that we are doing is to support Korean SMEs to Chinese market, and we have a plan to reinforce this effort further in the future. Our target would be ATRI partner companies, including startups, in order to encourage technology transfer, and our objective is to help entry partner companies to enter the Chinese market. And we provide various activities such as market survey, co-exhibitions, B2B matchmaking, and so on. So if you are interested in getting our support, please contact us anytime. So this is about partnering with ETRI. When it comes to partnership, there are 4 areas. First is joint research. Second, technology transfer. Third, startup program. And fourth, funded research project. Due to time constraint, I had a choice but to briefly make an introduction of the Chinese market and what we are doing in the Chinese market. And so if you have any questions or any comments, and please contact me through the organizing committee of the 2020 GCCW. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. So I'd like to introduce to you the next presenter from Blue Signal. So Mr. Jason Beck, please prepare yourself for the presentation. And Blue Signal is a private company that has expertise in artificial intelligence. So ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you Mr. Jason Beck from Blue Signal.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'd like to check my audio quality sound. Do you hear me very well? Yes, do you hear me very well? Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Pekson Tek from the Blue Signal Corporation. I am the CEO. As was introduced, we provide the AI-based traffic prediction service. So we have the technology called the traffic prediction. That's our specialty. So let me briefly introduce our company. We first started this business because we had I had some personal experience because my friend's father passed away because of the unexpected heart attack, and he couldn't reach the hospital in time because of the heavy traffic congestion. So that was one of the drivers behind my business idea. So we had a very serious traffic congestion, and this may lead to the sufferings of the people. And of course, this may give some personal suffering, but at the same time, this will bring about the negative economic impact and economic losses in some sense. So it is in this reason or in this context that we set up this company. So we tried to find the solutions behind this traffic congestion. So I successfully could find out the solution. So we are collecting a lot of traffic data, and based on that, we conduct analysis, and then we move on to the next step, which is the traffic prediction. We made the continuous effort so we can have a prediction for at least 3 seconds up to the 60 minutes. So this is the kind of technology that we came up with. We use AI, and we can predict a lot of the different elements so that we can be better prepared for what would be happening in the future. So based on that, we also control the traffic lights to resolve this issue. The slide that you see is the head-up display, or HUD. This is different from the traditional or conventional head-up display because it shows the traffic situation in advance from the screen. So this allows people to predict the potential, the possible traffic accident in the future, so we can better respond to this situation before driving. We also can avoid the congestion as well as a traffic accident. Next technology that I will introduce is the transportation infrastructure, and that is what we call the CCTV camera. This is something that you can find very easily. So this is not about only the present situation. It also shows the vehicle as well as the pedestrian, the future movement. So this means that we can predict what would happen to this vehicle or to the individual after 3 seconds, so that we can also identify some of the potential risk. So this is a kind of a predictive CCTV. This is different from the CCTV. So we use another element called pose estimation technology. And another technology is to predict the direction of this pedestrian on the street while they're crossing the street, or while they're walking on the pavement. We also can identify or notice the illegal passing of the lane. So again, we can have a kind of prediction beforehand. Another technology that I will introduce is a very innovative signal optimizer. So we also can make prediction on the future traffic situation so that we can control the traffic lights. We already have some existing technologies that are mostly based on the existing data. However, our technology is extremely innovative because we also provide the most optimum traffic lights, because we also can provide information on the volume of the traffics that may affect the traffic light. So we can also cover the small areas to the large urban cities. We already conducted the proof of concept stage, and we found out that this can make improvement of the traffic flow by sometimes the few seconds up to the few minutes. We can predict the traffic flow, and based on that, we also can provide this data to the related industries. So this is the user case already, and we are applying this technology to different sectors. We have 3 different categories, including smart city, logistics, and automobiles. So this technology is applied within Korea as well as in other countries under collaboration. So we also try to develop and accumulate more user case. This is the target that we have in mind. So we are actually targeting the global market. We actually see about the 11.5% increase in this sector every year. So we want to have at least 30% of market share in the domestic market and 5% market share in the global market. This is the vision or the target that we have. This slide shows the competitors who have a similar project. Of course, they would have a similar concept. However, our blue signal has a unique strength, and especially compared to the global companies, we have the core technology or the killer technology, and we also have a high accuracy in predicting the traffic information in the future. Now I'd like to introduce our customers, which include the government as well as the large scale companies. We are also participating in the Smart City Project, and in the next year we also join the Smart City Project in Daegu as well as Sejong or the other cities. And we will also expand the market into the China and the Middle East the countries, and based on our predictive business model will make a more advancement into the global market. This time, I'd like to introduce the foreign market or the global market expansion strategy. First of all, we need to identify the most viable partners for the possible collaboration. You will see the list of the partners in this slide, and we already built up a strong partnership together with these companies. Now, let me introduce our management team. They're all specialists in the needed area. So we have local branches in Daejeon and also the overseas branch in Hong Kong and California. The mission of Blue Signal is just one, because we want to resolve the traffic issues and also avoid traffic accident. And to this end, we will continue to develop the needed technologies, and we also try to expand our business into the global market. So if you are interested in this technology or in this solution, and if you're interested in our Blue Signal, please feel free to contact us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Park. I'd like to introduce to you the next presenter from G2G Bio. And Ms. Soo-Jung Lee, please prepare yourself for a presentation. G2G Bio is a bio company with specialty in Alzheimer's disease therapeutics. Today, Ms. Soo-Jung Lee will make a presentation under the title of Development of Sustained Release Drugs Using InnoLamp Technology. Ms. Lee, please share the screen and begin your presentation. 10 minutes is given to you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce to you our company. Today, I'd like to talk about the development of sustained release drugs using InnoLamp technology. The company I work for is called G2G Bio, and G2G Bio reflects our vision. So our vision is to become from good to globe by innovative biotherapeutics. And our company, G2G Bio, was established in 2017. So it's been about 3 years since the establishment. Our headquarters is located in Daejeon, and recently we have completed the manufacturing plant in Ulsan. The number of employees of our company is about 30, and most of them are researchers. So we are developing human drugs as well as animal drugs.
드럭인데요. 이런 제품의 초기
So we develop sustained release microsphere drugs using biodegradable polymers. And please take a look at the screen. Original drugs is based on oral administration, but now we are working on the development of injectables. So when we take a look at the Alzheimer's disease patients, they sometimes forget whether they had original drugs once or twice a day. So we are working on the development of the sustained release microsphere drugs so that injectables can be administered once a month. This is the general overview of the technologies that we are developing. So we have InnoLamp technology, that stands for Innovative Long-Acting Microparticle Platform Technology. So as you see here, there is a monodisperse microsphere, but we are working on developing sustained release from 1 week to more than 6 months.
테크놀로지의 이제 강점이라고 좀 이 이노베이티브 테크놀로지 어떤
This is about
저희가 지칭을 하고자 하는 건
strong points of InnoLamp. So as I mentioned, InnoLamp stands for Innovative Long-Acting Microparticle. So we have a proprietary manufacturing process of monodispersed microsphere from 10 to 100 micro square meters using biodegradable polymers for sustained release drug, SR drugs. And SR drugs produced by the InnoLamp can prolong API's release duration over a period of 1 week to several months. So this is the microspheres produced by InnoLamp. So when we apply the technologies that we have, we could check that we are able to manufacture uniformly sized microspheres. This is the manufacturing facility that we have in Osong. The InnoLamp Microspheres Aseptic GMP manufacturing facility in Osong, Biopharmaceutical Manufacturing Center. So we are a company with a platform technology. So on a continuous basis, we are applying for patents for human drugs, a dermal filler, as well as for animal drugs. Briefly, I'd like to talk about the pipeline, the products that we have. So we have products concerning Alzheimer's disease, post-operative pain, and also we have plans for chemical castration. When it comes to human drug, I'd like to touch upon on Alzheimer's disease. At the moment, for the GB 5001, we are preparing for IND. And also, we are working on making the right formulation for post-operative pain as well as for metabolic disease. Based on the platform technologies that we have a plan to come up with formulations for animal drugs. And also, at the same time, we will introduce some medical device in the future.
그런 약들을 조금 더 환자가
As you know, there are needs for long-acting Alzheimer's disease drug development. So market is growing at the moment. However, there are difficulties in development. But now we are working on developing Alzheimer's diseases so that would enable people to get an injection once a month, not once or twice a day. So we are targeting the global market, of course. So we will make the best effort to go into phase 1 clinical trial test. This is about the business model that we have. And we have strength in terms of formulation. So the formulation and manufacturing are the areas that we are strong at. And also authorizations and marketing, in terms of authorizations and marketings, and we are looking for good partners. And for example, as I mentioned, and for Alzheimer's disease, and we are working on developing drugs for 1 month for a monthly injection administration. And this is about post-operative pain, and we are working on it as well. So GLP-1 drugs are rising when it comes to diabetes and other diseases, but also we are working on it. So let me move on to future plans. So far, we have been working on enhancing original drugs, but now we'd like to put a more focus on new drugs, or we would like to do more collaborations with other companies through a joint research. So in 2017, our company was established, and we received the seed funding in 2017, and Series A funding was made to our company in 2018. So we have a plan to have an IPO in the year 2022. So thank you for listening to my presentation, and if you are interested in knowing more about our company, please contact me. Thank you very much, Ms. Lee. So 4 presentations have been complete. So for the upcoming 10 minutes, we'd like to have a Q&A session or the general comprehensive discussion. So I'd like to give you some questions. Are there any questions from the floor to the presenters? If you have any questions, please send messages to us. While waiting for your questions, let me give you a question to Ms. Du.
Yes, I reviewed your presentation, and you introduced about the HR, the support. So you actually introduced 4 programs in the SIP by the SIP, and I'd like to understand if the people in other countries, like Korean companies, also can make application for that. All right. So yes, I introduced that qualification. I told you that this year we had successfully completed the project with 2 Korean companies. So again, 2 Korean companies actually got the support for this project, and we, especially SIP, is paying a lot of attention to some companies with a very good or solid scientific background resources. I mean, especially if you want to know more about the human talent. But if the technology is too much advanced, then we may not be able to handle it. But 2 companies which were benefited from this support were not just startups, because if they are just 2 new startups, then they may not be eligible for this project, because these 2 companies already have achieved some progress. That way, they can immediately move on to the technology commercialization. Because SIP gave more credit to those companies who already proved some achievement. So let me add some more information for your clear understanding. SIP grants a financial or the support for the especially initial investment for the setup of the joint company. They also provide the R&D facilities or the office space or the housing space. And let me give another example. If the foreign employees need to stay there, they also provide the space for the housing or accommodation. So we actually have a number of foreign companies already got the support from the SIP. Well, SIP, I told you that SIP actually provide the financial support, and you actually can get the investment of 10 million up to the 50 million. So same condition is applied to the Korean companies as well as the other companies in the States. So when you make a registration, you need to make it very clear that your business plan is compatible to the requirement by the SIP. So how you want to explore and make advancement into the Chinese market. So everything should be very much clear in the strategy. So you mentioned about the human resource support program, and can we also make application for that? So would you please specify the kind of benefit that the companies can get under this program? Would you please give some example? All right, so let me respond to your question. So we also provide initial investment. We have 3 different categories. Number 1 is a living space, and also the incubation, and another one. So you may have a different amount, especially for the living support or the housing support. It will be around 3 to 5. And next is about the R&D space, and this will be provided for free for R&D activities up to, I think it's normally 3 to 5 years. And you also can get the investment of the 10 million up to 50 million Chinese yuan. And at the same time, you also can get the other support, including accommodation, while you're doing business in the China. So they also provide a kind of apartment complex so that you can use it for yourself or your employees for free. If you purchase housing or a house in Xizhou, you also get a subsidy of about 1 million yuan. Of course, this support is only will be given only to the core human resources, not to everyone. All right, thank you very much for your answer. Now I'd like to move on and invite the first speaker in the session 2. And after the Q&A session, we'll directly move on to the Smart Factory. So this time I'd like to invite Mr. Baek Seung-tae from the Blue Signal. In your presentation, you mentioned about the B2G as well as the B2B in your slide. I remember the one slide which shows that the B2G and the B2B. And you also introduced would you please introduce your project with China within maybe 1 minute, so that are you talking about the Chinese customers or Chinese case? Yes. Well, this was mentioned briefly during my presentation, and we have the expansion strategy, and we normally work together with the local partners. And in case of the China, we actually met the partner in the United States called TechCrunch, because we actually have a project in China as well as the Middle East, and one of the customers had a very keen attention to our technology. So he actually visited our booth during the trade show. So we actually worked together in the Dubai. We also participated the trade show or trade fair in Dubai. So that's how we could have a collaboration. So we made a proposal for the business in the Middle East market. And we also had a very productive dialogue, and we could also provide a signal signal optimizer technology.
나 중국하고 이런 거 해보고 싶다.
And lastly, do you have any comments from G2G Bio? So as I mentioned in my presentations, G2G Bio is a pharmaceutical or drug development company. But I think that actually the Chinese market is very different from the Korean market, and especially the Chinese market
하기 때문에
is changing in a rapid manner. So,
어느 정도 이해를 가지고 디벨롭ment 전략을
but we have better understanding of other overseas markets, but we don't know well about the Chinese market. That's why we are thinking of having a collaboration with a partner for the Chinese market from early stages. That's the idea that we have for the Chinese market. Thank you, and thank you for the comment. And there are many questions raised at the moment. However, because of the time constraint, we can cover the questions right here, but we will deliver those questions to presenters so that they can get back to you. And now we'd like to go into the second part of the session. So I'd like to check whether the presenter called Wei Wei is in the Zoom. So are you in the Zoom? Wei Wei from China, are you in the Zoom? But what about Mr. Shin Jun-ho, another presenter from KETI? Are you in the Zoom? Yes. Thank you. And what about another presenter, Kyu-sun Hwang? Are you in the Zoom? Yes, I'm in. So, okay, let's go into the second part of the session.
자, 1.1 마무리하고
Right, so we just completed session 1, and now we will move on to the session 1-2. And the topic of this session is to identify cooperation area in the smart factory industry. We will invite Wei Wei Wen, who is the general manager of the ENG Automation Technology, and as a first speaker. And the second speaker is the principal researcher Shin Jun-ho from the Korea Electronics Technology Institute. And the third speaker is the director Hwang Kyu-sun from the WISCOR. And after that, we're going to have a general discussion. So again, please welcome the first speaker, who is Wei Wei Wen from the ENG Automation Technology. The title of the presentation is a market overview for smart factory in China. So please start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to deliver this presentation to you in the GCCW. It is my pleasure to have some interaction with you. First of all, let me introduce myself and also our company, ENG. I graduated from the university in 2012, and I'm now working in the Suzhou. And my specialty is the smart factory.
오른쪽 예, 감사합니다.
好的，不好意思。目前这个
And I would like to talk about some of the development status and the trend of the smart manufacturing in China, or intelligent manufacturing in China. I have 5 different areas that I will cover today in my presentation. So I'll talk about the overview of the smart manufacturing, and then development status of the smart manufacturing in China, and also the key areas of intelligent or the smart manufacturing in China, and analysis of the typical implementation. And the last is the analysis on the development path of intelligent manufacturing or the smart manufacturing in China. So this is the definition of the intelligent manufacturing, and this has been already introduced quite some time ago. And this is to connect the manufacturing with IT. So this is new production mode based on the deep integration of the new generation information communication technology and advanced manufacturing technologies. And we have 4 different stages here. And in the first industrial revolution, we had a steam engine revolution. So we can have we actually had a full industrial revolution before. So now let me move on and talk a little bit about the development status. I think that China has not reached the 4th industrial revolution stage yet. And we have a Zhanggao as a Suzhou area, and in some areas, of course, had the informatization innovation, but not all the areas. Now I'd like to move on and talk a little bit about the development status of the smart manufacturing in China. This is something that you must be very much interested in today. So this slide shows China's current manufacturing industry. In the past several years, we actually experienced a lot of different changes. Let me give you some example. We also see the increase of the labor cost and the Suzhou. I mean, in our area is not an exception. And we also have a very distinctive challenges. Samsung Korea is also being operated in the Suzhou, and this also brought about some of the changes. We also have some companies from Singapore, and I told you that the SIP was first established with under the collaboration with Singapore, and we already achieved a lot of development. And after 2019, we have more companies occupied in SIP, and we had more changes after that. I think overall, the overall situation is quite positive. And this slide shows the driving factor 1 of the smart manufacturing. I think most of the sectors are almost the same, but especially the manufacturing industries face a lot of difficulty because of the increasing the labor cost compared to the Southeast Asia. Before, we had some competitive edge in terms of the labor cost, but not anymore. So we also see the moving of the plant to these Southeast Asian countries because of the lower labor cost in those countries. We also see the lowering the birth rate. We had a slight rise in 2016, but overall, the birth rate is going down. We also face the aging population, which has been quite persistent for the past several years. Now let's talk about the driving factor number 2, that is the policy. We have a very, very strong policy, and this policy definitely affects overall business. You will see some examples of the policies by the Chinese government. We have a policy on new energy, as well as information and the bio industry. We also have seen gradual development in these areas. And again, these industries are very much affected by the policy by the government. Next slide is about the industrial policy, especially the movement toward the intelligent manufacturing. And let me introduce some of the important policies in the manufacturing sector. So let me move on. So please take a look at it later on at your leisure time. And let me move on to the next slide, which is about the leading technology and the networking. We also see the increase in the R&D investment, especially Huawei. They made a huge investment into the R&D in 2019. They already made investment of 11 billion euros here. So huge portion of the capital goes to the R&D. I was very fortunate because I could accumulate the lot of expertise and experiences in the smart factory. Before 2015, the industry was not in the mature status at that time. So this means that before the 2015, the intelligent manufacturing or the smart manufacturing has penetrated into different areas, and we also see the increasing R&D investment into the smart factory. This is a growth trend of China's smart manufacturing enterprises, and please take a look at this chart and the graph at the same time. You see the number of new enterprises set up in China. Mostly they are located in Guangdong, Beijing, Shanghai, Jingshu, Zhejiang, and some companies are concentrated in the Jianggang, the Delta area. The large urban cities, including Shanghai, may require higher the business expense or the cost. That's why they take a look at the other areas like the Yangtze River Delta and the Shoujiu area. In case of Huawei, they have a major presence in the Guangdong. So Guangdong is also labeled as a very innovative city because of these high-profile companies. Now let me talk a little bit about the financing. Especially after 2015, a lot of investment actually funneled into this sector. So this means that they become more vibrant and dynamic in some sense. And after 2015, we see the increasing portion of investment, which also made a contribution to the development of the manufacturing sector. In the future, I think the financing issue will become more favorable or more positive to most of the companies. So this means that you can achieve the target of the fund more easily thanks to this financing support. I mentioned about the Yangtze River Delta as well as the Suzhou, or the SIP. And they are extremely important, especially they have a geographical value in the smart factory area. And this is the smart belt in China. Of course, Beijing enjoys the advantage because this is the capital. And this shows the potential list of China's smart manufacturing center cities in the previous year. In case of Shanghai, the Fudong is a very innovative area, and they also have a huge potential in that regard for the smart factory. And this also gives a very strong impact to other part of the country. And these are the pilot projects right now for the smart manufacturing. The Chinese government is also providing a lot of support. You will see a number of projects here, mostly concentrated in the central area, such as Beijing, Jiangsu, Guangdong. And especially for the smart manufacturing sector, They're mostly concentrated in the Yangtze River Delta. So this means that the Chinese government is encouraging these companies to move and then get more prosperous. This slide shows the smart manufacturing industrial park in China. This is actually a map of China's intelligent manufacturing industrial park. We have Jiangsu, Guangdong, Shandong, the industrial park in this map. They get the support from the Chinese government in terms of tax incentive and the housing benefit and the financing. So again, they're mostly concentrated in the central area. This slide shows the 4 industrial area, and because we also see this park or industrial park even in the central and also the western part of China. And we see the central and western region here with the Sichuan, Henan, and the Anhui. Foreign investment is now coming into this area, and they also see the improvement in the transportation. This is Bohai Rim. They have Beijing and Shandong as a core, because Beijing is quite advanced in many different aspects. They have a lot of well-renowned universities in this area. And they also have a lot of internet companies as well as the tech companies. This is Yangtze River Delta area. They have Shanghai, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, as well as Anhui at the core part. And they also have a strength because of the geographical situation. And Suzhou is not an exception. You also can take advantage. You can also leverage the other facilities in this area. We also see a lot of companies with the foreign investment or FDI, and the smart industry is emerging in this area. So again, this is a Zhubang Delta area, or the Pearl River Delta. They have Shenzhen, and they're very also strong in the manufacturing sector. To my understanding, Huawei is also doing business in this area. They have a strength in terms of the land side and the human resources. They're also very strong in the internet as well as high tech. This is the central and western regions. And the key characteristics in this area is that the Foxconn's presence. They have a Chengdu as well as Anhui plant. So they also have a strategic support for the companies in this area. So any companies who want to make advancement in the central and the western region can pay attention to this area. Well, industrial robot as well as smart devices and 3D printing can be the very matching industry. So this is about the industrial robot. After 2012, the industrial robot is booming, and I think they still have a huge potential well into the future. This shows the development of key fields of smart manufacturing in China. So at first, it had a very rapid growth, and now it reached a kind of plateau. Well, this slide is related to the policy-related support by the central government. And this is the market forecast. Well, this is about the Internet of Things. This also gives a very big impact to the automation. So again, I'm talking about the IoT and the automation. The plant automation is also drawing a lot of keen attention. And they're very much concentrated on the setting up the smart factory. They have pilot projects underway at this moment. And this slide shows the scale of the China's AI industry. So Chinese government make a huge investment into the AI as well as automation. So they also identify the points of improvement for the automation. R&D fund mostly go to the automation as well as the smart factory operation. You will see the sectors that are currently booming right now. So this slide shows the 3D printing. And 3D printing is not only a cutting edge technology, but also a potential stock that is expected to innovate the manufacturing industry. The 3D printing is well applied into the medical sector as well, and the medical devices. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the laser cutting machine, which is also drawing a lot of keen attention and under the rapid development, and is garnering more share, especially in the aerospace sector. High-tech companies also require a different type of the laser cutting machine. Well, I'd like to introduce this table, and this shows the market capacity calculation of the laser cutting machine tools. This one shows the market scale, growth rate, and forecast of the China's smart manufacturing system solutions market from 2015 to 2020. Where this is for the smart system solution. As I mentioned previously, when you set up a smart factory, you need to have many different technology. You also need to consider the transportation and also the processing. And for that, definitely you need to have an automation platform and the necessary technology for that. Well, we need to pay attention to the development potential for this smart manufacturing system. Now, I'd like to give you some example in the automobile the sector. This slide shows the Shanghai Volkswagen production facility. Let me move on to the textile industry in China. the textile industry is the best case for the smart manufacturing or the automation because they had a huge dependence on the export before. So I think the textile is a kind of pioneer in adopting the automation or the smart factory. So of course they want to achieve the environmental non-pollution target. That was a starting point. Now I'd like to move on and talk a little bit about the current or the future path of the smart manufacturing in China. So this slide shows the development path of the smart factory in China. This shows the past, present, and the future. We also could achieve lower labor cost, and then we also could make a contribution to the environmental protection thanks to the setup of the smart factory. We also have a production automation as well. And this slide shows the Chinese government policy in 3 steps. So this is the plan announced by the Chinese government. And now let me move on to the next slide. And this is about top 10 key areas of the smart manufacturing in China or intelligent manufacturing in China. In case of Suzhou, we are very much interested in the bio industry or biomedicine. SIP is also focusing on the bio industry, and we witnessed a very smooth growth. We had the full automation, and we also have very close collaboration together with the biomedicine or the bioindustry companies. And next, we also have the automobile companies, and they also they need to have more innovation. Now let me move on to the last slide. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I also like to thank you for keeping your time. So let me move on to the next presentation.
The next presenter is Mr. Chun-Ho Shin, Principal Researchers of the Korea Electronics Technology Institute, or KETI. So Mr. Shin will make a presentation. Hello, everyone. My name is Chun-Ho Shin, Principal Researchers of the Korea Electronics Technologies Institute, KETI. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, the KAIST GCC, for giving me this opportunity to serve as a presenter. So today, I'd like to talk about manufacturing renaissance made in Korea.
세계에서 대해서 말씀을 드리고요. 마지막으로 스마트 제주 혁신센터에서 진행하고 있는
So first, global trends of future manufacturing and what is happening in Korea, and that will be covered. And let me go into the first part of my presentation, global trends of future manufacturing. So Industry 4.0 or the fourth industrial revolution, they are the terms that are often heard to many of you. I think that there is a paradigm shift taking place at the moment. In the past, people just looked for something cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, but now there is a paradigm shift into the future. So there are many diverse kinds of products, but each of the products is produced in small quantity, and they are more catering to the needs and the wants of consumers. And also, I'd like to talk about reshoring production because of incentive programs of other countries and because of the low wages of other countries. Many companies did establish or create factories in overseas countries. However, these days they're coming back. So the reshoring production is happening at this point. As the previous presenter mentioned, in every industrial revolution, there was a breakthrough. For example, in the first industrial revolution, there was a steam machine. In the second industrial revolution, there was electricity and vehicles. And in the third industrial revolution, there were ICT as well as robotics. And in the Industry 4.0, we have diverse technologies like industrial IoT, cloud computing, AR, VR, MR,
들을 적극적으로 활용하는
big data, CPS, AI, and 5G wireless technology, smart machines, including robots. As you know well, this is the smart factory model. So these are the steps of development for smart factory. There are 5 key scenarios.
으로 시작이 됩니다. 그리고
Step 1 is about shop floor to top floor,
연결 단계에서는
and the second step is machine to machine. So here in this stage, machine to machine is connected with each other, not just with the same company's machines, but also with other companies' machines. So compatibility is possible. And step 3 is e-commerce integration, and step 4 is manufacturing collaboration. And step 5
그리고 어디서나 이 데이터를
is analytics, artificial intelligence. So in order to enable these 5 steps, technologies relevant to Industry 4.0 should be combined in a harmonious manner, and that is the key point of a smart factory.
그 스마트 제조의 트렌드에 대해서 알아봤는데요. 지금부터는
So we had a look at the overall trends of smart factory. Now I'd like to move on to Korean smart factory policies.
그 산업 분야의 최근 트렌드는 한국 제조업에서도 많은 영향을 미치고 있습니다.
So the current trends going on in the global market are affecting the Korean market as well. For example, Korean conglomerates such as Samsung and LG are already deploying high level of smart factory systems in their factories. However, what about middle standing or SME firms? The level of automation or the level of smart factory technologies in their production facilities are lower than that of the big conglomerates. But according to a survey, 91.9% of those who responded to the survey that are SMEs and middle standing firms, they answered that there was a consensus toward the necessity of establishing smart factories. And 77.6% of them said that they are willing to implement immediately smart factory in their production facilities. For your information, recently the Korean government has announced a new initiative which is called Manufacturing Renaissance Made in Korea until 2030. So the goal is to make Korea the world's top 4 major manufacturing powers through manufacturing revival until the year 2030.
그리고 산업 진흥화를 추진하겠다는 것입니다.
Under the plan, the goal is to accelerate the innovations in industrial structure through the digitalization, eco-friendliness, and convergence of each industry. And second, spread enabling technologies to SME companies in cooperation in domestic and foreign companies. And there are 2 major programs. First is Smart Manufacturing Improvement Program, And the second, Smart Manufacturing Innovation Program. There are different types of businesses. However, through the convergence, added value can be created. So in order to realize this initiative, Manufacturing Renaissance Made in Korea, there are many programs going on, but I'd like to talk about two major programs. One of them is the Smart Manufacturing Improvement Program. And please take a look at the graph on the right-hand side at the bottom. So it shows the difference between improvement and innovation. So improvement is about building up step by step, but innovation is going beyond that. So innovation is about leveraging and taking advantage of new technologies in an aggressive manner. So I'd like to talk about the improvement program. So this is about giving guidances and guidelines to SMEs so that they can make an improvement. And a Smart Manufacturing Innovative Program is to facilitate the utilizations of new technologies by training, educating SMEs. Let me go more in details about those two programs. First, improvement program. There is a great technology gap between the SMEs and leading companies, and there is a need for customized solutions for each step. So there are different steps as you see on the screen. Basic level, intermediate level 1, intermediate level 2, and advanced levels. In case of Samsung and LG and the other leading companies, they are at the advanced level. But most of the SMEs are still at the basic level. So the improvement program is to lead most of the SMEs to the upper stages. So by doing so, the goal is to bridge the gap between SMEs and large companies. So expert consultants are deployed in SMEs, and expert consultants give instructions to SMEs, and based on the instructions, the factory of SMEs becomes advanced in a step-by-step manner. Through the Smart Manufacturing Improvement Program, SMEs, they are seeing an increase in sales and employment, and these are the results of the survey, as you see at the bottom of the screen. And I'd like to move on to the Smart Manufacturing Innovation Program. So this is about building the R&D center, pursuing test beds, and to support standardization certification. So the innovation program is focused on building best practices and enabling technologies, smart model factory. So there is two programs. One is the representative factory running. The other one is a demonstration factory running. So how new technologies operate needs to be seen. So to that end, there is a demonstration plant or factory. So let's take a look at the representative factory or best practice factory. So I'd like to take a real example. So there's a company in Korea called P. Let me call the company P. And the P is one of the SMEs which is producing parts for automobiles. And that company was selected as one of the most representative companies for the government support. So some years ago, their level was a basic level, step 1. So some kind of automation was done at their factory at the time. But after innovation program, they began to have automated system. And as you see in the picture, they adopted CPS technology and IIoT technologies. And they did conduct big data analysis. So they turned their traditional factory into the new technology-based intelligent factory. So overall, sales of the company increased by 36% and operating profit increased by 14% after the innovation work. And I'd like to go into the second part of the innovation program, which is the demonstration factory. Demonstration factory is like a lighthouse project that is done in overseas countries. And that is aimed at giving companies the guideline for sophistication and while giving a direction for how to advance the technologies for the domestic manufacturing industry. And in Caddy, we have SMIC, Smart Manufacturing Innovation Center. And in the center, we are actively involved in demonstration factory. So the goal of our work is to establish the most representative demonstration factory in Korea. So through our effort, our goal is to optimize performance, full automation, and also one of the goals is to come up with necessary technologies to support SMEs. So lastly, I'd like to talk about innovative programs done by the center that I just mentioned. And Smart Manufacturing Innovation Center was opened in 2016. And it is serving as the hub center for Smart Manufacturing Innovation Program. We are testing, evaluating, and assessing the necessary technologies for smart factories. So our goal is to introduce new technologies for smart factories without any hiccups or without any problems. So these institutions and organizations are collaborating with each other to verify the necessary technologies in relation to smart factory. For your information, the SMIC has members like this, and the screen shows a membership of SMIC. So I'd like to talk about the general composition of the test bed of the SMIC. So the first one is the discrete automation, and second process automation, and third digitalization, and the fourth additive manufacturing, and fifth is smart manufacturing. In order to give support for many types of test beds, and we will set up the second factory, demonstration factory, in 2021, and we will have an even bigger plant, demonstration plant, in 2022. And this is one of the things that we are proud of. SMIC has more than 40 organizations across the nations as membership, and more organizations are expected to join us, and we expect more collaboration and more networks for the future. And at the same time, the SMIC is collaborating with Germany and the US. So we are researching compatibility with the standards of Germany and America. So through this collaborative relations, we have announced IoT technology, and we succeeded in realizing a project concerning Korea, the US, Singapore. As I mentioned in the early pages of my screen, there are key achievements by the SMIC. We participate in a joint exhibition every year, holding a quarterly event for members to share trendy technologies. So we leverage Korea's smart manufacturing ecosystem of expertise, technologies, resources, and best practices. In order for global cooperation, we are serving as a hub of networks so that we can encourage global cooperative exchange. So IIC, Office Foundation, and the other standardization organizations are the ones that we are also having dialogue with and for collaboration. And at the moment, we have the demonstration planned, and every year there are 2,000 visitors at SMIC. So through an open demonstrations, we are releasing and disclosing many diverse kinds of cooperative models. I'm not sure if the video is being played well. So this is about creating the customized, flexible production facility by using 5G and other relevant technologies. This is the last part of my presentation. So our objective is to encourage voluntary and open communication between members so that continuous innovation can take place. Collaboration is crucial. So in our view, collaboration is key to manufacturing renaissance of Korea. So Katie will further spread the smart factory technology so that the SMEs of Korea can also prepare themselves for the Industry 4.0. So thank you for listening, and this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shin. Thank you for the presentation. So I'd like to introduce to you the next presenter.
The presenter is from the WIS Corps, and they are specializing in the Smart Factory Integrated Management Platform. So I'd like to invite the Director Hwang Kyu-sun for the presentation. So please share the slide with the audience. Good morning, everyone. So do you see my presentation? Hello, my name is Hwang Kyu-sun. I'm a director of the WIS Corps. We have a solution called the Next Form. So this is it's a kind of a platform solution for the smart factory. Our company was established in 2020, and our sales volume last year was about 15 billion Korean won, and we are expected to have 27 billion won this year. As you can see, we have about 70 staff working for our organization. And regarding the smart factory, we do a lot of R&D activities, and also have a business R&D and other activities. We have a smart factory area and R&D project. And for the smart factory, we also need to have infrastructure, which can be the IT. So we also do the business in the IT. We have a head office in Seoul, and we also have a lab in Yongin. And we are very active in the smart factory sector. We also have a lab in Changwon as well, because that area is very active in the automotive industry. We also started the business in China, and for that we have a separate office in Hong Kong. So we are expanding our presence. I'd like to talk a little bit about the Lab Center in Yongin. We have a separate training center in Yongin to provide the education of the smart factory. This is not just about the product solution. We also have a collaboration together with the other educational institutes. We are focusing on educational institutes because when we talk about the smart factory, actually we have been doing this smart factory business for the past 7 years, and we learned that the mentality shift is required, or the paradigm shift is required to have a more efficient execution. So the mentality or the paradigm shift is important. That's why you're focusing on the education. But of course, we get some support from the government. But at the same time, we also need to deliver some knowledge on the technology so that it can be well applied on the site. It is in this reason why we are organizing this training session to the companies. So we try to extract meaningful as well as unmeaningful the data. We conduct analysis together, and based on the analyzed data, we apply it into the site for the efficient production and also the improvement in the product quality. That is our primary goal. I told you that we have a Lab Center in Yongin, and we are very active in collaborating with other companies. Next is our product introduction. This is something that you must be very much familiar with. And as you can see, we have a lot of different solutions for the smart factory. We have MES, and we also have a ERP. And this is mostly about the production planning. And then we also have other systems for the price matching and the product quality and energy management system. And of course, for the food industry, HACCP is quite important. So we also have a GMP as well as CGMP for the pharmaceutical or the medical the sectors. For each different sector, we have a different indicator and we have a different data. This way, we also can conduct the monitoring in a more efficient way. And we also can conduct the analysis on that collected data. So we want to have a kind of integrated monitoring. That is a starting point for our solution. Whenever we talk about a smart factory, everybody's talking about the big data. But when you go to the manufacturing site, we are not quite sure we can create the large-scale data or the big data or not. So our understanding is the diverse type of the data, image, text, or other different type of the data, and so as to come up with the meaningful data. That is the true meaning of the big data. So within the platform, we can use the system, and you also need to think about the other elements, including facilities as well as a robot. You need to collect the data from those elements, and then we need to integrate in them and provide it as a kind of platform format. Platform may sound very broad or too comprehensive to some of you, but easily put, when you have a new line or when you add a new process, or when you have a sub-assure system, then you need to have a seamless collection of the data and also for the reliable scalability. So in some sense, we are serving as a kind of a basket where you can put all the different type of the data. That's why we call our product, our solution as a platform. Let me move on and talk a little bit more detail about our product, which is a NextPOM. We conduct a lot of smart factory plans together with other companies, including small and medium-sized companies and large conglomerates together. So NextPOM, our solution can collect the very, very basic data for the digital target for the next one. So we have another level. So we have a NextPOM 1i, and then that's mostly for the NextPOM on-premise. And then the next one is for analysis with the other data. So that is a 2i. We already conducted and completed a 2i level. So we also have a more sophisticated project, and we also need to think about the predictive maintenance based on the collected data. So we also focus on the predictive maintenance, but I think the prediction on quality and prediction on facility are main focus in our NextPOM 2i. And if I move on, then we have a machine learning or the 3i level. We are still in the initial stage in the NextPOM machine learning or AI. I think we can have a more significant data maybe early next year. Please take a look at on the right-hand side. This is NextPOMA. This is the device where we can get the data more easily, and we also process the data to come up with the meaningful data. This is a kind of gateway device for data collection. Well, of course, we need to have a visualization as well as the data collection. We need to have a more meaningful and efficient data and to enhance the accuracy. And we also need to have a lot of different communications under this gateway device. So this is the reason why we came up with the NextPOMer. So let me move on to the next slide. And we have an NextPOM MES, SPC, monitoring, EMS, as well as HACCP. As this means that we actually encompass all different point-to-point solution. So we do the monitoring on the visualization as well as the monitoring. This is the user case, which is going to be my last part of the presentation. I told you earlier that we started the business in China, and we also have a DPIC. This is a Taiwanese OEM of a tailor-made. This is for the golf. And we collect data from the die casting facilities and monitor and analyze the production process and quality. Because in case of die casting, the electricity demand is extremely important. And now let me move on to the second case called the Heron. This is the premium yogurt and the dairy product manufacturer in China. The most important indicator is a HACCP. So we also provide a monitoring platform. So we provide integrated monitoring for the better or more efficient decision making. So this is our second case. I do hope that you have a better understanding on what we are doing, and I also like to see any partner who show attention to work with us. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. We will have a general discussion for the next 10 minutes. So now I'd like to invite all the speakers in session 1-1 and 1-2. Are you all ready to join this general discussion? Yes, yes. All right, so for the next 10 minutes, we will have a discussion on the presentation. first of all, I would like to direct my question to Wei Wei Wen from the ENG Automation Technology. I remember your presentation. That when the private company want to switch into the smart factory, there might be some support from the central government. So would you please give some example of the benefit or the support by the Chinese government? Yeah, in case of the smart factory, definitely we have a government subsidy for the companies, I mean high-tech companies. And there are also other type of support from the other companies as well. So you need to make application, and then you need to undergo the screening and deliberation process. And after that, well, so they will take a look at all the facilities that you have for the possible qualification of the support. And they also check the ratio that you have for the smart factory. And you may have some indicator or the key performance indicator. And based on that, the indicator, they will decide the portion of support that they will offer. Well, of course, there's still only a few companies. I mean, we still have only small numbers who have actually got the support from the government. There might be different type of the support, such as tax incentive, and each different province may offer different type of the support. In case of the Zhenggang, they provide huge support for the smart factory, including a tax incentive. But sometimes, I had a chance to talk with our customers, and they decided they make application because they want to switch into the smart factory from the conventional factory. Then the government normally provide about the 7% of the entire. So they normally provide about 70% out of the total the project estimation budget. So this is the policy from the Zhenggang province, and depending on each different level of the development, they will give different type or the percentage of the support. So this is the rough estimation that the government can provide.
두 번째 질문 웨이웨이.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a second question to Wei Wei.
Well, this time, would you please take a look at slide? And I see the top 10 priorities in the sector. That's what you showed us during your presentation. And when you deliver presentation, you mentioned the biohealth and the new energy and other high-tech areas. Because you emphasize that the industry or biomedicine and the new energy are quite promising among these top 10. So I'd like to understand what other sectors are more promising in that area. Is it? I mean, you mentioned about the bio industry and the new energy. Are they only applied to the Suzhou area? All right. So let me respond to your question. In the past several years, Suzhou we're very much focusing on the bio industry, and we also see the rapid growth thanks to the support by the government. I think Suzhou will pay more attention to the high-tech sector. So compared to other provinces, they are less focused on the manufacturing and the processing. They're still waiting for the possible operation of the Y-way in this area. The bio industry is getting a lot of support from the government. That is the reason why they pay more attention to the bio sector. In case of the new energy, this is quite related to, closely related to the EV, and we also see the concentration of the automotive industry in this province. We also see a lot of automotive companies in the Guangdong, but they don't have a sufficient space for the plant establishments. So in this sense, Suzhou is has more advantage because they have space for the future development or the setup of the plant of the automobiles. And we also have another area called aerospace. And I think the aerospace is also has a huge potential for the future development. And we also see a number of research institutes in this area. And this research center is dealing with only one aspect or one component of the entire aerospace industry. So in case of the Suzhou, it's not that much advanced in the aerospace industry. And also the solar energy sector is not very well advanced in the Suzhou area compared to the Hangzhou or the other the Zhengang area or the Yangtze area. We have Sichuan as well as Shenzhen, which already enjoy the presence of the solar energy related companies. So they need to accelerate the development of the solar energy. I know that the smart factory will give a very impact to the growth of the GDP, so each province in China will definitely pay more attention to that. All right, so you mentioned that you also have an office in Hong Kong. And is it the joint venture with Hong Kong? Yes, we set up a separate entity and business entity in Hong Kong. So maybe you set up the office in Hong Kong because definitely this will allow you to do the business in a more smooth manner. Yes, and please allow me to add one more point. We conducted many different types of the projects. Heron is located in the Beijing, but our original target was the southern part of China and the Taiwan because they have more similar environment for the smart factory compared to Korea. So you said that you do the business with China. So would you please tell me a little bit more about the type of the business that you do in China? So what kind of format you want to have? Is it like a joint venture type or? Yes, we can also discuss about the joint venture type for the business in China. But of course, you know, this is not that easy because considering all the constraints on our part, we first want to build up some user case so that we can more easily identify the business partners in China. So we will search business partner, but before that, we normally have a discussion on the joint venture. So this is the issue we also think about, but it's not easy. I know that a lot of other legal procedures that we need to undergo. Thank you very much. And this is going to be the last question, and this question is directed to Wei Wan. Well, my last question goes to the Wei Wan. Yeah, this is a very simple question to you. Very simple question. Well, did you listen to the presentation from the WISCOR by Director Hwang Kyu-sun? Yes? Well, do you think the next problem, I mean the WISCOR solution, is quite viable in Chinese market? Well, personally, especially based on my experience, well, I have been in this industry for quite a number of years so far, and I set up my own company this year. Well, we had a very gloomy economic situation because of the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, but I believe the risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. So we see a lot of different changes resulting from the COVID-19, and the China is very well controlled. So after May of this year, we see the recovery or rebound in the market. So I told you that I set up this company this year. So it's been about 5 to 6 months after the setup. I think the COVID-19 gave impact to all the industries. Of course, some of the industry all go almost bankrupt, and we also see some gap or the vacuum coming from the bankruptcy or the insolvency. So this means that there's a higher room or bigger room for the existing companies to grow further. They can fill the gap. Well, it's been about 5 to 6 months since I established my own company. I think I seized that opportunity. Of course, in terms of the size, we are relatively small, but we leveraged the platform from the government, and we are doing quite well so far. Because I have accumulated expertise and also the experiences, and I think we are moving to a very promising direction. Each industry may have a different situation. Of course, we have a universal pandemic of the COVID-19, but in China, I think we have a kind of limited impact. I think WISCOR definitely can enjoy this crisis or as an opportunity, because we have some room or the vacuum of the gap, so you actually can fill that space. I think we are slightly doing better than other companies or other countries, so the situation is quite favorable. As long as you can make an entry into the China right now, definitely this will boost your the business. Where Chinese government is providing a lot of support for the companies, and you can get the support from the central government and also the support from the provincial or local government. You need to take a lead and make the best use of the tax incentive or the other benefits.
모든 기업들이 때도
Thank you for the comments, and I wish all the companies can make money out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this ends the first session. I'd like to thank speakers, presenters, and participants for your participation. I wish you all the happiness, and we will and the morning sessions, and we will resume the sessions from 1:30 p.m. in Korean time. And my special thanks goes to Mr. Wei Wei for answering so many questions. And this ends session 1. Thank you.
체크하실 때는 키시고 안 하시.
그 감독님 이게 요 오디오인가요?
네, 맞습니다.
대화하려면은
그냥 말씀하시면 의뢰팀 말씀 들으셨죠?
네네. Hi, Irshad, can you hear me?
Hi, who am I speaking with? I'm not sure.
It's you probably can't see me, but we did a test I think yesterday.
Yeah, oh yeah. Hi, how are you doing?
Can you hear us fine? We can hear you fine, no problem.
Perfect, yeah, I can hear you fine too.
Okay. Maybe we'll just. Oh, hi. This is me right here. Would you like to maybe try uploading your slides? We'll just.
Absolutely, just a second.
TKN이야? 이분 TKN이시고. 그렇게 생겼네.
Yeah. Are you able to see my slide?
Yes. 그 발표.
Perfect, let me just check, scan the animations.
Yes.
Yeah,
Everything looks great. Yeah, the sounds
yeah,
okay.
sounds perfect. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I think as long as during your actual presentation we can go this as you are right now, I think that would be
Yeah.
perfect. So
Perfect, yeah,
thank you again for joining, and
All right.
we'll see you roughly 45 minutes from now, maybe? Roughly around.
perfect, yeah. All right,
Okay.
see you, bye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Hello, Dr. Pastor. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. Good afternoon for you.
Yes, lunchtime here. Thank you for joining us. We just wanted to do a quick check. Do you have your video on currently?
Oh, just 1 second. I'll turn it on.
Okay, we see you great. I think your audio is okay as well.
Yeah, so I think should be fine. I may not be using a headphone. It's not required here, but that should be okay. And do you want me to share my slides also?
Yes, that would be great. Before that, do you have like a earphone or some sort of device that you can use externally?
I can use a headphone if you want. That's completely fine.
Yes,
But,
could we try, if possible?
all right. Just 1 second. Sure.
먼저 가서 감독님 식사 먼저 하고 계세요.
Hello, my name is David, and I'm here to introduce you to GT Science's newest innovation, the COVID-19 Smart Testing Booth. This booth is designed for healthcare professionals to safely and quickly test for coronavirus and other infectious diseases. Let's take a look at the main features. The filter experts at GT Science have created a HEPA filter air purification system to help keep healthcare workers safe. GT Science has also developed an innovative built-in heating and cooling system to maximize user comfort and convenience while working inside the booth and to protect against extreme heat and cold in the summer and winter seasons. The control panel is located in an easy-to-use, convenient location that allows the user to turn on and off the fan, change between positive and negative pressure environments, adjust the fan speed, and turn the light on and off. The booth was designed to be comfortable and convenient to use for long periods of time, with a convenient and easy-to-access storage bin for cotton swabs and other consumables, and a motion sensor operated garbage bin to allow for easy disposal. The shelf can handle up to 100 kilograms, and altogether, our ergonomic design provides the optimal environment for healthcare professionals to both safely and comfortably conduct testing. Our booth is equipped with a hands-free intercom system to allow you to communicate more easily with patients, allowing you to get through your testing faster and more efficiently. The COVID-19 Smart Testing Booth is the ultimate safe testing solution and a vital component for any comprehensive viral outbreak response. Learn more by visiting our website or by sending us an email. Along with our smart testing booth, GT Science is also providing other products required for coronavirus testing. Please visit our website and take a look at our product offering and contact us for more information.
기업의 성공과 미래를 실현하는 도시. 기업하기 참 좋은 도시 대전이 함께 꿈꾸고 성장할 기업을 초대합니다.
welcome back to session 2 of 2020 December
예, 2020
World Commercialization Conference and Workshop. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prayag Yadav. I am a research assistant professor at KAIST Global Commercialization Center. I'll be moderating this session 2. The second session is on Korea-India Technology Cooperation Network. In the first part of session 2, we have 5 presentations, 2 presentations from India and 3 presentations from Korea. As in the morning session, we will have all 5 presentations first, and then we'll have a comprehensive combined Q&A session. Please keep note of your questions, and I request all online participants to send their questions using chat options on the platform. So without any further delay, let's begin the session 2 and invite our first speaker from India, Dr. Ashutosh Pastor. Dr. Pastor, are you ready? Dr. Pastor is Incubation Manager at Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer Office of Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Pastor will present on COVID-19 solutions and opportunity for collaboration. And Dr. Pastor, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. May I kindly remind all the presenters to present their presentations within the allotted time. Dr. Pastor, please go ahead. Dr. Pastor, are you?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Dr. Pastor, I can hear you.
Yeah, so thank you for the wonderful introduction, Dr. Yadav, and a very good morning to all the friends at Korea, and good morning and evening to people at other places in the world. My name is Ashutosh. I'm working as Incubation Manager for Startups at the Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer at IIT Delhi. As many of you might know, the Indian Institute of Technology Delhi is one of the premier institutes in India, and probably the top-ranking institutes, one of the top-ranking institutes in the world for engineering. So the Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer is the industry interface organization at IIT Delhi, and our whole mandate is to commercialize the technology that is developed by academia, by startups, and take it to market. So we work with different verticals, and I'll give you a brief introduction to all of these. So just to begin with, the different verticals that we work is in terms of partnerships with industries, to provide them expert consultancy, to provide professional development services to their staff. We also do sponsored R&D with a very goal-oriented or focused research problems. And till now, we've done more than 2,000 industry R&D projects, and we're working with many global companies and companies in India. One of the primary mandates that the organization had was to manage the intellectual property of the institute, and we are doing it for quite some time now, and I'll just go through the history a little bit. So IPR protection and technology transfers and joint developments of technologies are forte, and we have filed more than 950 patents. We were a bit slow in earlier years, but now it's almost like more than 150 patents every year for the past couple of years, and we're targeting even more than that. So in terms of technology commercialization, there are various ways we're doing it. We are promoting spin-offs from academia, from our faculty members, students who have developed those technologies and are willing to take it to market. We are doing licensing, out-licensing to industries to use those technologies, and also to an extent we do some joint development before it goes to market, and these collaborations are going on. So more than 100 tech transfers we have done till now in the past few years, and then we are also supporting startups, so the spin-offs or even other startups in the region, in the country, and even some of the startups in the global stage. So we're trying to support those. And we're in a scale-up phase now, so like we're also going to have research parks where joint R&D facilities are to be established with industry. and one research park is already operational in the Delhi NCR region, and the other one is coming up at our main campus in IIT Delhi. We also provide a large business mentoring pool to people at academia and to the startups, along with the investor and resource partner connect. And the network is growing day by day with major universities, incubation centers across the globe and in India. So with that, I would just like to give you a brief, where we began. So the organization started its operations in 1992, and it was one of the first of its kind in the country. And we drafted our IPR policy for the institute in 1994, where none other in India had thought of. We started our technology business incubation in 1999, and then we also encouraged spin-offs. Few other incubators were created, and in 2020, the highlight of the day that I was trying to put in the presentation is the Innovation Technology Transfer Office. So initially, we were providing these IP and technology transfer services primarily to the institute, but now with the mandate with the Department of Biotechnology, which is one of the departments of the Government of India, the National Biopharma Mission that is supporting the Innovation Technology Transfer Office, which has a larger mandate of supporting external institutions and startups for IPR and licensing. So across the region and across the globe, we can support the companies to in-license or out-license the technologies. So, the Innovation Technology Transfer at IIT Delhi was, as I mentioned, was established under the National Biopharma Mission of BIRAC to cater to the northern region of India, but then we are open to provide these services across the globe wherever we can do it. So initial targets is the incubators, the startup incubators, and we are reaching out largely to the universities and institutes across the country, to innovation centers and innovators, to research and science parks, and to small and medium enterprises and industries. So all these can avail the support that the Innovation Technology Transfer Office can provide. And in the next slide, I'll be coming to what kind of support we can actually provide and what kind of linkages we can make to support each other. So one is the, as you all know, IP and technology transfer support, where we kind of mentor also to an extent the faculty members and students, tell them the nuances of IP and technology transfer so that more, as compared to publications, they're actually aware like how exactly to protect their IPs and how exactly to commercialize them. So while mentoring them in terms of creating an awareness and all, we also provide them all the services in terms of helping them to file their IPs and then doing the tech transfer deals, reaching out to industry. Then about technology acquisition, development, and consulting. So also providing assistance for acquisition, adaptation of technologies, along with various R&D projects among industry, startups, and academic institutions. And our team at the Innovation Technology Transfer Office is also doing a large industry mapping where we're trying to have a whole idea of like what kind of industry and what scale they're working so that this whole process becomes comparatively easier for them. We also do a lot of outreach, and FITT also has a lot of corporate members where these corporate members get an advantage of having early access to the technologies that we patent, and we give them a first option to kind of get a license to those technologies. So the outreach towards partnerships and technology development and transfer. So technology development is also an important aspect here where we would like to partner with many other institutes, startups, and organizations for joint developments of technologies. In terms of linkages, we are also open to develop linkages with other R&D organizations, incubators, industries across the globe. And as I mentioned initially, like awareness, creating awareness about all these, especially in academia, was the target that we had also envisaged. And we're trying to create the whole ecosystem where people know how exactly to take care of their IP, and then we're also trying to help them form spin-offs, startups, and then actually take more and more of the technology that we develop to market. So, so these are the general aspects that we are trying to follow. So with the universities, we are trying to help them protect their innovations. We're trying to help them develop technology and services, and then showcasing them. We are scouting partners for them. We're providing contract management and IP policy creation. And as we told, like, we have quite an experience in that, and we're one of the earliest in the countries to do that. We're also trying to help with analytics in terms of the patentability assessment, novelty searches, market searches, and various other things. And similar kind of services are being provided to other agencies like startups and other organizations. Now, if we talk about what kind of sectors we are taking care of, so while I mentioned that it was started as part of the National Biopharma Mission, but then we are not limited to pharma and life sciences, but we cater to all kinds of technical sectors across the spectrum. So while the life sciences is highlighted here, but chemical sciences, electricals and electronics, telecommunications, information technology, robotics, everything can be taken care of. And with our expertise being at the Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi, engineering is one of the things for which the institute is known. So I mean, we've been handling these technologies for quite some time now. So here are a few points where, like, how exactly we can engage. So one is in terms of the technology development projects, where we can help provide technical expertise for identified projects or receiving such expertise. So as I mentioned, like, collaborative joint projects could also be done in between academia, where IIT Delhi is one of the partners, and other universities also we are providing similar services to. Academia to industry or industry to industry. We can do in or out licensing and joint ventures with selected partners. But one of the major targets is, as mentioned, the first point is in terms of technology development projects and providing technical expertise for such identified projects. I would like to highlight a little bit on the kind of technologies which are available for licensing. And all these technologies that I'm highlighting right now is the technologies developed in response to COVID recently by our startups. So as you can see, there's an N-Safe mask which is up there. It is developed by the Textile Technology Department at IIT Delhi, and they also have a spin-off so a startup which is working on these, and they have developed these. It's the wash durable and reusable mask which can be washed up to 50 times, and they say it lasts at least for 3 months. You can use it with multiple washes. It's an antimicrobial mask with multiple layers. The outer layer is a hydrophobic layer, and then you have an inner layer which is more of like it's again the inner layer is also an antimicrobial layer, but it's not a hydrophobic layer per se. And with 99.7% filtration efficiency, they've also tested the product at various places, and I think we'll be sharing a compendium of technologies where all these details will be available. It's also like splash proof, the elasticity of the band is good for snug fit and all those things. Now, these people are primarily looking at partners for distribution and commercialization of this product. So the technology is already developed and patented, and it's in market in India. But we're looking for international partners who can help in manufacturing and distributing it in various other parts of the globe. So primarily we're looking at an out-licensing for this. The next product that you can see is the Chakra Decove. It's an automated system which decontaminates N95 masks. So initially when we started, I think we were facing an acute shortage of N95 masks and other PPE kits. And at that time, one of our startups developed this Decove. It's based on multiple technologies. One of the primary ones is an ozone-based disinfection, so that the disinfection reaches to every nook and corner of the mask or the PPE that the sterilization is targeting. Now, there's also some mechanisms of having the safety thing, because while working with ozone, we have some safety issues. So all those are taken care of with negative pressure and all incorporated in this. So this mask, Chakra Decove, the sanitization chamber is also available, and they are also primarily looking for partners who can help them in manufacturing and distribution, or maybe we can do an out-licensing for them to be deployed in other countries. There's a Seagate disinfection portal which detects entry of a person and initiates the process, and it's effective for 4 hours. So this is a hypochlorous acid-based chamber where there are sensors which can monitor the incoming and outgoing of a person, and this disinfection is effective for about 4 hours. So there's this email ID given down there where you can send your queries in case you have any. The chief manager, itt@outlook.com. There are some other technologies also available for similar, as I was telling, like we have a lot of other technologies, but today I'm talking primarily about the COVID-19 related technologies. So you can see this reusable face mask, just kind of a shield and adjustable full face respirator with replaceable air filters, which are there to restrict pollution and microbes. This prototype has also been validated now, and now they're looking towards manufacturing it. So let me just. So these are also like looking for primarily for partners who can help in manufacturing. This is a smart dispenser based on IoT with a mosquito repellent property and sanitization thing. For them, the POC established, but they're looking towards a joint development or kind of a development project. They can also take help of certain technologies if there are any technologies available with any of the companies out there in these areas. So this is one, and the cheapest one is a contactless portable respiratory monitoring device, which you can just place at a distance and it can monitor the respiratory parameters. So this product is also ready, and they're looking at an out-licensing for this product. So I think with this, I would like to just close it. I think we've also shared a compendium of technologies, and I think I've given a link which is down there. I'll also share it in the chat box separately. So you can go through all the other technologies also that are available, along with a few more details that are available. So I just give a brief about these, and in case you want to reach out to us, this email ID is available, and I would also like to share my own email ID and phone number in case you want to have further discussion. So with that, I would like to just close this presentation. Just I think well within time, 2 minutes are there. So in case there are any queries, I think we can take a query, or maybe as Dr. Yadav suggested, we can take those queries at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pastor, for keeping your presentation within the allotted time. We have our next presentation. The next presenter is Mr. Irshad Ahmad, and his title of presentation is Connecting Korea with India and the current status of COVID-19 test kits in India. Mr. Irshad Ahmad is Senior Manager and for Ecosystem Building of TKN Advisors. Mr. Irshad, Mr. Irshad, you have 20 minutes for your presentation, please.
Yeah. Am I audible, Dr. Kraya?
Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you so much for the introduction, Dr. Kraya. Hello, everybody. A very good afternoon to all of you. This is Irshad from TKN Advisors. We are an investment advisory firm based out of India and an official partner of KAIST GCC in India. First of all, thank you very much for taking time from your busy schedule to attend this event. Before introducing TKN, I'd like to start by briefly discussing the India-Korea relationship over the last few years. India-Korea relations has made great progress in recent years and has truly become multidimensional, driven by alignment of interests and high-level exchanges. Trade and economic relations have gathered momentum, with annual bilateral trade reaching $21.5 billion in 2018, crossing the $20 billion USD mark for the first time. The target now is to reach $50 billion USD by 2030. In 2018, Korea's investment to India crossed the $1 billion mark for the first time, recording $1.053 billion USD. In addition, the visit by Prime Minister Modi and President Moon to each other's countries gave a visible boost to the bilateral economic relations. India and Korea decided to commence negotiations to amend SEPA, which is the trade agreement. I hope this gives you a context and a sense of opportunity that lies ahead in the relationship between India and Korea. Coming to TKN Advisors, our company is a 3-year-old startup that was started in Bangalore. We are a mix of Indians and Koreans working together, and our founder, Tak Lee, has been living in India for the last 8 years. We've been helping our Korean investment partners with their Indian startup investments using our experience, expertise, and network in India. So far, we have advised or invested in around 20 Indian companies. While working to connect the Korean investors with the Indian startup ecosystem, we learned that India and Korea are in many ways very disconnected. In order to serve as an investment bridge between India and Korea, we felt that having more interaction and information exchange was an absolute necessity, which is why our company has been doing different activities to bridge the startup ecosystem. And this is what you see in this slide. In 2018, we co-hosted Startup and VC Roundtable held in Seoul along with Invest India, the investment promotion agency of the Indian government. We also hosted an India trip for the Korean Venture Capital Association members, also known as KVCA, to introduce them to the startup ecosystem in India. You can see some more such India trips with Korean VCs below. On the other side, we have also hosted Korean trips for Indian startups. In particular, early this year, we organized a Korean night where we planned a pitching session between promising Indian startups and Korean investors interested in Indian startups. More than 30 investors had attended this event. Just last week, we co-hosted the first virtual pitching session between India and Indian startups and South Korean investors in association with NASCOM and the Embassy of India, Seoul, where 7 hand-picked Indian startups pitched to a group of Korean investors. As an official partner of the 2 Korean government agencies, NIPA and COSME, we have accelerated more than 50 Korean startups in India. The startups were interested in exploring, the Indian business market to expand or establish their businesses. Launched in here, had a dedicated co-living and a co-working space for the startups. Here you can see that we have hosted 4 batches of startups, each batch participating for 15 weeks. And COSME Accelerator program was conducted last year in partnership with GSF Accelerator at Korea Startup Center in Gurgaon, India. These accelerator programs involved a mix of activities such as field visits, classroom sessions, networking events, and an India tour. Here are some more efforts from our side in order to provide accurate information about the Indian business environment to Korean entrepreneurs. Your Story Korea is a co-project with Your Story to provide Korean entrepreneurs with news about Indian startup industry in Korean language. Start in India is a YouTube channel that we launched in September to provide a variety of high-quality information about India to Korean investors or entrepreneurs who are interested in India. The NIPA India office was the first sponsor. We create content that shows the spectrum of growing business sectors in India and those that will enhance the awareness of India as a whole, including information about cities and culture in India. Please do check it out on YouTube. Next, I'd like to discuss a little about TKN's association with KICE GCC and our ongoing cooperation activities. Recognizing the strong complementaries between the 2 countries in the area of science and technology, we have been working with KICE GCC to support technical cooperation between India and Korea. Through this, we are working to identify opportunities for collaboration between scientific institutions, industry, and academic community to work together to develop technologies for symbiotic development, particularly in hot new sectors. We have even hosted KICE in India and arranged visits to organizations such as Invest India, Niti Aayog, which is a policy think tank of Indian government, Bloom Ventures BC, and FITT, which is the innovation cell at IIT Delhi that spoke earlier. I'll now take you through 2 of our ongoing activities. The first project is around Joint R&D Program by Indian and Korean government, for which GCC and TKN have brought together relevant partners from Korea and India respectively. The program aims to promote projects that are innovative and at the same time focused on creating products or processes that will eventually lead to commercialization. The program invited proposals from 4 different areas, starting with future manufacturing, future utilities, digital transformation, and biotechnology. Selected R&D project participants would receive a conditional grant from the respective government of around $440,000 each. The duration of the project is up to 24 months. The specific project that we're working on is to develop a personalized light recipe for indoor farming. I'm going to cover just a little bit here, since one of the companies involved will be speaking about this project later today. Controlled environment facilitated indoor vertical farming is a global macro trend to address a food sustainability and security problem. This trend is arising due to issues of climate change, resource contamination, urbanization, desire for organic food, and reduced dependency on food impact. The project proposed here is to co-develop a platform to optimize light recipe and other environmental variables for a crop to grow with improved yield while consuming less energy for the artificial lighting used in indoor farming setup. This can also improve breeding times, fruiting and flowering times, and plant life cycles, thereby enhancing overall productivity, quality, and producing multiple cycles of crop throughout the year. One could grow different plants this way for food, flowers, and even cosmetics. Alif, the Indian team here, is a startup whose major technology is to develop LED light recipes for crops that can be cultivated in vertical farming systems. The Korean team consists of 3 companies: FarmAid, a commercial plant factory company, APAC, an LED manufacturer, which is now focusing on specialized recipes for agriculture, and Sisal Primus, which is an expert in data analysis for agriculture and creates simulators for crop growth environment. GCC represents the Korean side, while TKN represents the Indian side. So Alif will develop light recipes, locally prototype them, and does internal testing. APAC will develop LED lighting system and manufacture them. FarmAid and Sisal will develop crop growth environment simulator, test the recipes, analyze the data collected in the plant factory, and provide feedback for optimization. This will be deployed in a plant factory for producing the plants at scale and for go-to-market commercialization. Moving to the second project, which is around electric vehicle charging technology, I will start by sharing a little about the EV market overview in India. At present, India is still in the early stages of adoption. According to McKinsey report, the electric vehicle adoption rate is less than 1%. However, over the last few years, there has been significant development in the electric vehicle space, with many 2- and 4-wheelers getting launched. According to BIS report, the electric vehicle market in India is expected to grow at a CAGR of 43% between 2019 and 2030. There are many factors that has led to the development of this development, and the government's push in this area stands out in particular. The government of India has set an ambitious target of 100% EV sales by 2030. Niti Aayog is targeting 30% EV penetration in India by 2030. A tender was floated recently to avail incentives for deploying EV charging infrastructure on both sides of major highways and expressways every 25 kilometers, covering a total of around 13,000 kilometers. The major challenge for the growth of EV in India has been inadequate charging infrastructure, very little local manufacturing, and consumer reluctance in purchasing EV due to range and charge anxiety. Through this project, we aim to introduce EV chargers from a Korean company called Modern Tech in India that are highly power efficient, consumes lesser space, and has lower setup costs. The chargers have a market share of around 80% among EV bus charger manufacturers in Korea. Modern Tech uses a master-slave technology for its bus chargers, which reduces the cost of the charging infrastructure drastically, as shown in the image. The master kiosk here is placed separately from the individual slave dispensers, and these dispensers consume very little space and has optimized power compared to the otherwise used integrated setup. This technology is alien among the Indian EV charger manufacturers at the moment. In addition, solar can be used to generate electricity. We are in advanced stages of discussion with Indian companies to finalize a partner for modern tech. While KAIST is representing modern tech, TKND is with the Indian partners. Modern tech will provide the technology and the Indian company will take care of the manufacturing, installation, sales, after sales and maintenance. Currently, chargers in India are mostly imported from China. Only one company is manufacturing the charger in-house. Manufacturing in India will give us a great cost advantage. Moving on to the next session. First, I'd now like to take you through the current situation of COVID-19 test kits in India. I meant COVID-19 test status in India. So let's start with some statistics about COVID-19 in India. The total number of cases has hit 9.5 billion. That is 0.7% of the total population. As you see from the blue curve, which is the daily new cases, fortunately it is now coming down. Similar case with the number of deaths per day. However, there is a chance for a second wave to arise. The active cases are at 428,000, which is 4.5% of the total cases. The death rate is 1.45%. India continues to be ranked as the second highest affected nation in the world after the US. Talking about the unlock phase, partial lockdown is imposed only in containment zones. Domestic travel has resumed. States can now individually decide when to start schools, although none of them have, most of them haven't. Some of the states have tried to. But also there is a restriction on indoor gathering, not more than 200 people are allowed. Now the ground situation in Bangalore, the traffic seems normal. It is just the IT parks that still remain deserted, while the other trades continue to look almost normal. Here I'll throw some light on the COVID-19 testing status in India. India first started testing only people with symptoms and with a travel history or with a contact with those who have a travel history. And then slowly the testing strategy changed where India started testing all international passengers to all of them. Slowly private labs were allowed to test for COVID-19, even though the government had appealed to private labs for free tests. That, however, did not pan out. In April, the government discouraged the abundant use of antibody kits because they could only be used for survey purposes, and that was not very helpful in identifying positive cases, which was the need of the hour back then. And it was around July or August when the government started encouraging companies to produce rapid antigen kits due to the limitations of RT-PCR in terms of availability. We will discuss the antigen kit in the next slide. As you can see in the graph here, the COVID-19 testing in India started picking traction around August, and now the testing capacity is at 1.5 million samples per day. There have been a total of 142 million tests done until now. Tests per 1 million people remains low compared to other countries at 103,000 tests. Validating a COVID-19 test kit involves two main steps in India. Validation. Step one is validation from ICMR, which can be skipped if it is already US FDA approved. ICMR is the apex biomedical body for COVID-19 management in India. ICMR has approved 14 out of 50 antigen kits that were validated and 142 out of 303 RT-PCR kits that were validated. Step two, import license and marketing approval from DCGI, which is the Drugs Controller General of India. The process turnaround time was significantly shortened to effectively battle COVID-19 in India. Talking about the testing strategy used, it has been recommended to run a rapid antigen test first. If the result is positive, it should be reported as positive. If the result is negative and it is symptomatic, an RT-PCR test must be done, which will give a definite result. If the result turns out to be negative and is asymptomatic, a repeat antigen RT-PCR test can be done if the individual turns out to be symptomatic. Now, introduction of antigen kits have helped ramp up testing, especially in rural areas. Out of the antigen kits approved, 3 are from South Korea here listed. One of them being PCL, who will be presenting in this session. And this kit manufacturer, SD Biosensor, was the first antigen test kit in India that received an approval from ICMR. They even set up a manufacturing plant near Gurgaon in India to produce more kits. Rapid antigen test kit accounts to about 30 to 40% of the total COVID-19 tests in India. The percentage of antigen tests from the total tests done varies from state to state. As you can see in the picture here, you can see Karnataka has a lower share of antigen testing compared to others over here. This is because of concerns about the accuracy. Similarly, states like Bihar, Telangana, and Gujarat have an antigen share of more than 75%. Analysis show that states with balanced proportion of RT-PCR and antigen are reporting higher number of positives and account for a larger share in countries' total number of cases. That is all for me. Hope you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you once again for your time.
Thank you very much, Irshad.
Thank you.
We have our next presentation from Hillsarian Corporation. The CEO, Dr. Benjamin Chongwon Ryu, will present wireless handheld ultrasound for COVID-19. Dr. Ryu, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Dr. Ryu, you can begin.
안녕하세요.
Hello everyone. I am Chongwon Ryu from Hillsarian. Let me start my presentation. I had a background of working as a doctor, and some years ago, I studied up Hillsarian, and I am providing healthcare-related items to the global market. And one of the products that we have is the wireless handheld ultrasound diagnostic device for COVID-19, and that is very portable, and that is about the size of a pocket, and through Wi-Fi that is connected to your smartphone that uses an app. And once you use the device to the patient, the imaging related to the patient goes to the smartphone, and that data is stored on the smartphone, and that is also sent to doctors in a remote distance. So our product is for primary health care. So community-based clinics are major customers for us. Especially the pediatric clinics motherhood clinics, or including the pregnancy women, our device can be very useful. And also this is usable for senior citizens care or for rehabilitation efforts especially. And our portable ultrasound device was found to be very useful under the COVID-19 situation. That is to provide the point of care services. So through the device that we produce on site as part of the point of care efforts, we can check whether a person has pneumonia or not. So that means that severely ill COVID-19 cases can be detected through the device, and early detection is possible with our device. So with the protective clothing on, you can go inside to the hospital room, and you can use our device to check and diagnose the patient. And that is the strongest upside of our device. And as you see here, we minimize infection. And that is one of the characteristics that we can promote. As you see here, so the ultrasound device is wrapped in a sterilized wrapped package. And if you have the device near to the patient, you can check on site whether the patient has a problem or not. So we have two kinds of the ultrasound devices, Sono 300C and the other one is Sono 300L. And our portable ultrasound device Sonon can be used on site as part of the point of care diagnostic devices. So we made an application for UN-off speeding process, and our company, our product was chosen as one of the good products by the World Bank, and our product is on the list of the products catalog. And our ultrasound device is available on the product catalog issued by the World Bank, and 80 countries concerning the World Bank have been allocated necessary budget from the World Bank. So looking at the catalog, countries, if they want, they can place orders for our devices. In case of the U.S., we are working on the bidding process so that we can supply our products to the GPO-related facilities of the United States or the Defense Acquisition Program Administration. And this is about medical AI. So even the general people should be able to use this kind of device in an easier way. So in order to make that happen, we are doing this kind of research. And in particular, along with the Harvard University related people, we are studying a joint development for AI technology. So we are working on making users feel easy to use our products. We will further work on sophisticating portable ultrasound devices so that those devices can be used on site under the COVID-19 situations, also in community-based clinics. So our product is really easily accessible and it's really easy to use. And through the device, data can be collected, and the collected data should be stored and utilized better in a platform. So now we are working on developing such a platform. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Keeping the time, which is very important for us. Our next presentation is from GT Sign, and Mr. David Friedman, who is head of international business, will present on strengthening the vaccine cold chain with IoT-based smart vaccine storage management. Mr. David, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. Get started. So, yeah, my name is David Friedman. I head international business here at GT Scion, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about how we've developed this brand new IoT-based smart vaccine storage management system to help us strengthen the vaccine cold chain. As you know, you've probably heard with a lot of new vaccines beginning to get approval and be released. That seems to be the next step kind of in the COVID response process, and we want to be directly part of that. So to talk a little bit about GT Scion, actually originally we were what we call ourselves a lab EHS solutions provider. That means that what we do is we provide environmental, health, and safety solutions for the laboratory originally. And what that does is that positions us to be in a great place to help with coronavirus and coronavirus responses, because actually the laboratories where a lot of these advances are being made, we already have the technology and the know-how and the experience to kind of understand what that situation is. Secondly, we as a company have always believed that we have to look forward more than looking backwards. Manufacturing can be a backward-looking kind of traditional industry, but it's always been like the position of GT Scion that we need to be a kind of first mover. We need to adopt AI technologies, IoT technologies, and other kind of advanced technologies, and get those into the laboratory and to help researchers stay, again, safe and healthy. I'm not going to go too far into our history, but the really important thing I want to kind of touch on here is that we have over 12 years of experience manufacturing excellent quality storage solutions. So we began with just regular filtered chemical reagent storage cabinets, and then we developed our refrigeration technology and helped us to create our filtered chemical refrigerators, laboratory grade refrigerators, medical refrigerators. And so now the next step in that is to create our vaccine refrigerator. The other thing I would like to touch on is that we're the first company worldwide to create laboratory grade IoT refrigerators, and so that's something that we're quite proud of. Coming to vaccines, the main issue that we see are two things. Number one is the temperature management and monitoring problem. Now, I'm sure that you've heard about the Pfizer vaccine. It requires ultra cold storage. So actually the product that I'm talking to you today is not specifically for that. You would need kind of like a super cold freezer for that. What we're talking about here is refrigerators. We're operating at a 2 degrees to 8 degrees region. And for those, what's extremely important is that the temperature has to be maintained. So at any time, as you go through from the manufacturing to the storage, distribution to the eventual administration, if the vaccine somehow breaks over that 8 degree line, if it somehow is, if there's like a disconnection, it's not managed properly, that vaccine could very well be useless. And so there's real risks involved with vaccines that are being administered that are no longer effective. And then also another big problem is that even if you find out, then you have to then throw out all of these vaccines. And so you might accidentally vaccinate somebody with a useless vaccine. You might figure out that you have this vaccine kind of this whole storage issue, and then you won't have any. You'll need to kind of procure new vaccine, to be able to administer properly. And in this climate where right now people are clamoring for the vaccine, they want to get back to their normal lives, it's extremely important that we provide a kind of storage solution that guarantees that the vaccine that you're receiving is effective and works properly. Because as I note here in the slide, according to the WHO, over 50% of all vaccines, and this is even before COVID, are wasted globally due to failure to maintain proper temperature. The other issue here is the vaccine management and monitoring itself. And so for that, what we see in the field is significant problems with vaccine inventory accounting, vaccine ordering, understanding vaccine expiration dates, beyond use dates, and then proper vaccine disposal after that. And so with our system, with our IoT technology, we're able to provide a comprehensive management system for that as well. So I mentioned before about the cold chain, so it's kind of the title of the presentation. Just to touch on this, this image here comes from the US CDC. And so, there's vaccine manufacturing. Of course, that's extremely important. We see that in the news a lot today. I think the next big thing that we're going to see coming next after that is going to be the distribution, right? So internally here, when we talk with people and other kind of business partners, medical partners, the big issue then becomes, how do we distribute this vaccine? We've got everybody in the world needs to take it, right? How do we get it to them while maintaining these proper temperatures, while handling all of this information? So that's a very big deal, and that's a problem that we're currently looking into solving as well. The next thing is then focusing on the storage, handling, and administration part of it. So for us, once the vaccine arrives at the provider facility, that's when we want to become involved. That's where, because we already have all of this experience over, as I mentioned before, for 12 years of experience handling, managing, and safely storing chemical reagents that can be extremely toxic and extremely dangerous, require an extremely comprehensive safety protocol. We already have this kind of experience. And so what we want to be able to do is provide a situation where we can handle these last 3 steps of the vaccine cold chain. Because if, again, as I mentioned before, if the cold chain is not maintained, the end result is a potentially useless vaccine supply. And then we need to get more. There might not be, for simple vaccines like cold flu or chickenpox or something like that, if you have a useless vaccine, you might be able to easily get a new one. But for our coronavirus vaccine, you might not have supply on hand. That could lead up to significant blockages and bottlenecks and could be a serious issue. So how do we solve those problems I was talking about? Number one is that we have patented refrigeration technology. And so what's really special about this technology is the way that it couples with our circulation system, because we do have a built-in HEPA filter and our own patented Toga filter brand that's built into these refrigerators. So it's a filtered refrigerated storage cabinet, as well as providing the refrigeration technology. And so one thing that's really special about this is that, number one, we can maintain extremely low temperature variance. And because, again, as we mentioned before, it's critical that the temperature is maintained. So not only do we maintain this uniform temperature throughout the refrigerator itself, but on each level of the refrigerator, we can guarantee this low temperature variance. And so that means that, no matter where that vaccine is stored in the refrigerator, you can feel completely confident that it's being within the ratings, the reading that you're getting on the display saying, perhaps 2 degrees or 3 degrees. That is the actual degrees that your vaccine is being refrigerated in. So again, that we don't lose any vaccines. Next, we do have what we're calling our cutting edge IoT technology. And so that works kind of on 3 levels here that I'll kind of walk through. You can see here on the left, I have the image here. I'll bring the mouse over so you can see. So we do have a built-in display, so we can operate directly. Our refrigerators are a smart machine themselves that connect to web and mobile applications in real time, so that you can be able to check on all of these things, whether you're in, actually administrating the vaccines yourself, or if you're managing that rollout. We use RFID tags on each reagent, and so what that does, on each vaccine, excuse me. So what that does is that we can answer the 4 W's, is the way I like to call it. So, who, what, where, when. We can know the answer to all of those questions. Who was using the refrigerator, who took out the vaccine and administered it? What kind of vaccine was it? Where did they do it? And at what time did they do it? And we can handle all of that information, and that is all being stored and logged in real time, and is being able to be managed. Again, in a situation where supply can be extremely important, then that means it's critical that we know the answer to all of those questions at all times. Next, again, we have real-time temperature monitoring. So what we can then do is not only, again, the display shows up digitally on our 7-inch LCD display, but also, again, on mobile or via web, you can know in real time that the temperatures are again in a safe level. If, for example, somebody were to open the refrigerator, that causes a drastic rise in the temperature, right? And so one issue can be that you might not even realize it, but if you accidentally leave that door open, you can spoil, again, all of those vaccines.
Seconds.
So 30 seconds left?
30 seconds left, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, I went on a little bit long. So moving on then, we have that. We also have an intuitive GUI here that allows you to use everything in real time. The next thing I would just quickly mention is that we've designed a system that provides top-down management across all kind of 3 stages. The public institutions that run them, the hospitals that have to administer them, and then the actual people that are administering them as well. I'll skip our clean air technology here because I kind of went over time. I apologize for that. And so I'll end by saying thank you very much. I hope that you enjoyed listening to me speak, and I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. Our next presentation is about COVID-19 total solutions focused on antigen diagnostic kit by Ms. Soyeon Kim. She is founder and CEO of PCL Limited. Ms. Kim. Ms. Kim, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Hello, nice meeting you. I just forgot to the mute. Forgot to this. So nice meeting you. My name is Soyeon Kim, and I'm a CEO of founder of the PCL. So as I introduced, we developed COVID-19 related product, more than 10 products from the RT-PCR, antigen, and antibody. And we are the virus specialized company. We developed a high-risk virus like HIV, HCV, HBV together with our proprietary technology called the SGCAP technology. We can detect many viruses at the same time. So mostly today I will present about our, the recent discovery about our COVID-19 detection kit. Well, since I have only 10 minutes, the 10 minutes allowed, so I like to do with the Korean because we have I believe we have a translator, right? So, because I will be very tested within Korean language. Okay.
Nice to meet you all. As I mentioned in English, my name is Kim So-yeon from PCL, and PCL was established in 2008, and we have our own technology, SG-Cap technology, and in 2017 our company was listed on Kosdaq, and our company is located in Seoul, and also our factory is located in Seoul, Gasan. One of the core technologies that we have is the multi-immunodiagnosis technologies. So by using Soljan, that is a three-dimensional material, we detect one disease per cell, and at one time we can diagnose 64 diseases, and we have a patent regarding this. So Glyphos developed the Glyphos. However, Abbott is one of the well-known companies in this area, but we went further than that. So the first product that I want to talk about is HISU, high throughput screening system, and this is a system where we are able to diagnose more than 500 people. So as you see here, through blood bank screening, tumor markers, and autoimmunes, we are able to conduct testing. And the same testing system was applied to LOK system, so POCT system, point of care testing system. So at one time, we can test 6 samples on site, and it takes just 30 minutes. And we started to develop this one from December last year, and we completed the development in February, but by chance we could develop a product related to COVID-19, and we started selling the product from March. We have RT-PCR, antigen, and antibody diagnostic kits. And of course, among them, what is most important to us is antigen kits. And regarding RT-PCR, we are using a better raw materials that fastens the time. So we developed the new technologies regarding that, and we are selling the related products to Europe. And also, as part of the screening products, we have ELISA products as well. So we have RT-PCR kit, so we can do this, and testing time is done in 45 minutes. And also, we have Speedy kit, so the testing can be done in 30 minutes. So Speedy Pocket POCT machine is available. And COVID-19 and RT-PCR and the other things can be detected at the same time. So multi-immunodiagnostic kits have been developed by us. And the Speedy system is also being used at airports and at the soccer stadiums in Europe. And one of the most representative products that we have is the antigen testing kits. We are selling it to more than 50 countries around the world. And we have registered the product to India as well. And so one of the products that we have is using a machine. So that product has a high sensitivity. Let's say that there is a patient with symptoms, but with low level of fever. However, actually the accuracy of detection is more than 96%. So we have developed other products based on Soljan Cap technology, and recently we have supplied those products to Egypt and other countries. As you see here, so these are assay results. So through imaging, we are able to identify whether there is a problem or not. So this is highly sensitive. So this is one of the most sensitive products available in the market in this concerned area. Not only in India, but also in other countries, there is a growing demand for conducting tests without a device or without a machine. So that's why we have developed a PCL total saliva testing kit. So depending on whether you see one line or two lines, you can detect whether you were infected or not. And this saliva-based testing kit is popular in Austria and other European countries. So those with symptoms can purchase this at pharmacies. This is the image that we captured from a YouTube content that we have. So this is an example of commercials that we have on YouTube. One of the concerns about the antigen testing kits is the possibility of mutations. So we are targeting we are targeting the areas that are least likely to be mutated. So at this point, my understanding is that we can check and detect every mutation possibility. And this is the PCL COVID-19 AG rapid IG rapid FIA, IgG and IgM. So IgG, actually in case of IgG, so you see the symptoms, you see the detections after 10 days later. So more recently, there are some cases where we detect people with virus, even with the IgG. But as you know, there are IgM and IgG. And we have testing kits through which you can distinguish neutralized antibodies. And we are providing such products to pharmaceutical companies when they conduct tests. And when testing, what kind of antibodies have been created is also detected, and we are analyzing the data. But at the moment, we cannot say clearly. However, there are not that many cases where there are neutralized antibodies cases. So with the antibody testing kits, Samsung hospitals and other hospitals have been using our products, and they wrote a paper. So specificity of our product is quite high. And as you know, compared to the past, antibody testing kits are being used less than before, because you never know whether the antibodies have been created or not without knowing it or with knowing it. So, but in case of the COVID-19 pandemic, efficacy has not been verified yet. So how many antibodies have been created after being vaccinated will be an important piece of information. So our product will serve as a good means to identify that. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 훌륭한 발표 감사드립니다. 그러면 세션 2의 그 첫 번째 부분은 저희가 마무리하기로 했었습니다. 다시 한번 자리를 빌어서 발표해 주신 여러분들께 감사의 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희가 인도에서 2분 발표를 해주셨고, 그 다음에 한국에서 3분이 발표를 해주셨습니다. 이번부터는 Q&A 그리고 종합 토론 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. Q&A에서
Finance and cooperation areas. But before getting into the Q&A session, we had requested online participants for passing on their questions. I've received a couple of questions, so let me go to the specific questions. First one is to Dr. Yu. Dr. Yu, can you hear me? Will you please turn on your mic, please? Audio? Dr. Ryu? Yes. This is for you. The portable Sonon is a very good device for COVID-19 test. And how can it be used for severe patients in Korean hospitals? Whether it has been used or it's been used, or will you explain a little bit about the usage of Sonon for critical patients or serious patients in Korean hospitals?
네, 물론 한국뿐만
Of course, not only in Korea but also in US and in European countries, in more than 40 countries, the Ultra device is being used for primary medicine and also for the severely ill patients. For example, the long ultrasound device enables you to identify whether you have lung-related diseases, and for example, you can find veins, or you can check the abdominal part by using the ultrasound device. So visual guidance can be provided, or in medical terms, intervention is possible with the ultrasound device. And all the screening is also possible with the use of this device.
The next question is for the presenters from India. Maybe like both of you can contribute to the answer. The question concern is from a trading point of view. COVID-19 test kit manufacturer in Korea, if they want to export to India, what are the administrative process could they need to go through in terms of registration, and in terms of different states, do they have to go do the same administrative process for registration and all? If you have any information about that, that will be very useful for our Korean audience. Dr. Pastor, maybe you can take up first, and then Mr. Irshad, you can also suggest. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So in India, generally, the state bodies approve the manufacturing of these things. Now, if we're importing, I think in that case also we need certain approvals. So I think one thing is that the local, so it has to have the relevant certifications at the host country, wherever it is, and a certain set of regulatory requirements in India has to be fulfilled. But I think if you want more details on that, I'll get that, and maybe Dr. Irshad is knowing better. I think, so I'm not 100% sure on that as of now, but I'll share that information later.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ashutosh. From my understanding, how it works is you wouldn't need individual license in separate states. This happens at a high level. The first validation step, like I had mentioned, is with the ICMR. So if it is already US FDA approved, you can even skip that step. And for the import licensing and the marketing approval, that's where you go to the DCGI, who give you that particular license. So that's about it. But so the kits are mostly handled by the government itself. It goes through the government. Each of them are counted like that. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. I still have 5-6 minutes left for this session. So let me throw a general remark based on our theme of the session as well as theme of our conference. That's innovation platform and business demands and cooperation, areas of cooperation. So may I request all three presenters from Korea to suggest or to point out some of common concerns or some common challenges if the Korean technology firms or startups want to commercialize technology, do technology commercializations in India. So what may be their expectations from our international global network, what kind of support they may be needed, they may need for technology commercialization into India. May I ask Mr. David to comment on that?
Thank you. I guess the first thing that I would mention is when it comes to technology commercialization, it's going to have to start with a good idea. One thing that we've noticed coming from our experience, first developing the booths and having worked with the booths and done overseas projects with the booths, that's actually something that I'm a little bit more comfortable speaking about when it comes to actually taking a product, having an idea, making it, and then bringing it to market. The kind of biggest thing, I guess you could look at this almost as an opportunity, is that when we had a brand new idea that nobody else had, the kind of biggest barrier, or kind of not barrier kind of thing, is that there's no kind of certification process. So like when we first made these walking through booths, people didn't know kind of what level the positive pressure had to be in, what kind of standards, like, did you need like a HEPA filter system to be in there or not, what you had to kind of work with. Everything's just wide open. And so in that kind of situation, you don't need to actually get like some kind of government certification or acceptance. You can just actually take your idea to market as given that you kind of have proof that it works, whether that's internal testing or out in the field when we actually started to install our booths here in healthcare centers around Korea and around the globe. And so I guess that the kind of thing, that the idea that I would have is that, if you can come up with something that's entirely new that we haven't kind of thought about yet, whether that's in the context of COVID response or some other idea, then that can be just a really amazing opportunity to kind of springboard to go like zero all the way to market extremely quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can I also add some comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, so because we, as you know, we already register our product, antigen product in India. We are also start selling our product, both in our product, and also we are selling as an OEM product to the company also. So what I felt is, I think a system for the registration and certification is very well established in India. So there's no doubt about it. And also it's very good. You have a very fair system to evaluate from the ICMR. But the problem is, I think it's most likely it's only the Indian market. I think when the good product with a good technology try to get into the Indian market, it's the price is matter, only the price, not the quality. So I think because it's been in Korea also for a long time ago, but especially for medical device or medical product, not only the price, also the quality should be matter. So you have to consider both factors. But now only the product price is the most matter to sell in the Indian market. Indian market is huge, as you know. It's one of the biggest, the country in the market. However, in a medical device, if it's not a quality insured, it's nothing. So its price is nothing. So let's think about like a diagnostic. So if it's 50% the accuracy, so why you are using the diagnostic kit? You're just guessing. The guessing is better than the kit. So I think it's quality. In addition to, I think India also think about quality in not only the price. So have to evaluate both quality and also the price, because the people are sending very good things to the evaluation, and once they are start selling, they are selling different the product. So should be I think it because of price, I think. So that's why I think price and quality should be considered that way. I think Indian market can have very good, provide very good environment for all of them, and also it will be good for the Indian market too, I think.
Okay, with that, we are at the end of our first part of session 2. Thank you very much, all the presenters and all the participants. May I request Professor Park to take you through the second part of the second session 2.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Park Yong-dong again. So session 2.1 was concluded, and now we'll go into the session 2-2, which is about the Korea-India Joint R&D Project. So I'd like to double-check the presence of the presenters. Do we have Director Kim Young-hwa? Yes, we have Director Kim Young-hwa, and we also have a Director An Young-hoon. Would you please show me your hand? Would you please wave me to show that you are here? And then we also have a Director Samantha Vasista. Do we have Director Samantha Vasista from the SAL Bioscience? Okay, so I think everybody's here. And we can start the session 2-2. Well, we have a slightly different structure in this session because the presenters have been working for the past 1 year on this Korea-India Joint R&D Project, because they actually designed the project and then they also made application for that. So 1 year has passed, and this is the last stage of the approval. So we'd like to invite these three presenters. Well, we expected the approval will be done within 1 month. So we thought this is a kind of kick-off meeting for this project, but I think the approval is slightly delayed, and we can't move on as planned. So we have three presentations, and the first one will be presented by the Samantha Vasista from the SAL Biosciences, and the second presenter is from the Rural Research Institute. So let me invite the first presenter, the Samantha Vasista from the SAL Biosciences. So please prepare for the presentation. We actually are conducting the project together with the SAL Biosciences. So this is about the farming, especially focusing on the plant recipe. This is the startup company in India. So would you please start your presentation by showing your slide? Please go ahead.
Yeah, hello everyone. I hope I'm audible. Okay, so first of all, thanks Dr. Park for the introduction, and and also thanks Irshad Ahmed, who has previously launched on the project. So I'm going to essentially keep it brief and try to take you through the outline of the project that we have planned out for the next 2 years, and hopefully look at it from a more concrete commercialization angle. So I'm Sumant Vasista, I'm the director of SAL Biosciences, and just a brief update on what Irshad had previously discussed. SAL Biosciences is the parent company for ALEAF with respect to all of its EG tech applications. And predominantly we focus on both AG tech as well as biotech points. And our research essentially focuses on both these aspects. So in this presentation, I'm going to briefly go through 3 points. We're going to discuss the project overview and do a little bit of a technology deep dive in terms of what we offer to our Korean consortium counterparts and how we plan to essentially create an integrated product that we can take for commercialization in the third section. So skipping over here, just a brief intro about SAL. We are a Bangalore, India-based tech company. We focus on biotech applications. Our specialization is what we call photobiology, where we do conduct research on how stimulus of light can affect different organic matter, including plants, plant cells, as well as bacteria and fungi. And through this modulation, we plan to develop novel recipes for enhancing the growth or other commercially important qualities.
잠깐만요, 사만스 잠깐만요. 저 풀 스크린으로 좀 풀 스크린으로.
Would you please show the slide in the full screen? Can you enlarge the screen in the full size?
풀 스크린 안 나올까요?
Could you enlarge the screen to the full size? 네, 잠시 기다려 주시면 제가 전체 화면으로 확대를 하도록 하겠습니다.
I think this should suffice. Okay. So as discussed, the first part is we're going to do a bit of a project overview, where we're going to answer the basic questions: what is it about, and why we're doing it. So as we understand the why or the need that arises in majority of the vertical or indoor farming setting is it is highly dependent on artificial grow lights, which is the primary component, and it draws more than 50% of the total energy and operating costs in terms of energy. So here there is a lot of room for improvement, which is the opportunity that we identify, is that by developing novel recipes that minimizes wasted light, we can actually enhance the overall efficacy of a grow light and hence increase the profit margin of a vertical farm. So how we plan to do it is what the project is all about, where using our technology called the Tesseract workflow, we want to develop and identify and develop these novel recipes for plants of food or pharmacological nature, and have a certain handoff of this data and recipes to the vertical farms and the grow light manufacturers in Korea, so that we can develop an integrated product that has relevance in the developing domain of vertical farming. So, just a brief on the need for technology, as we would call it, there are, and what I would call it as a qualitative as well as a quantitative need. Qualitative is where we say that the different kinds of wavelengths has different effects on the plant's growth, and we need to essentially be cognizant of what is the right proportion of the right wavelength necessary to ensure that we don't waste energy, as well as we provide the right stimulus for the plants to grow indoors. This becomes the biggest make or break factor in making a vertical farm profitable. And more on a commercial and a realistic basis, what I call quantitative is that at least for India, we pay compared to some of the other countries in the world, we pay a much higher cost of energy per unit watt compared to some of the other countries, which means that for every grow light that we install, we are further diminishing the monetary benefit out of the indoor farm, which means that if we are able to develop energy minimizing solutions, we can definitely develop the profitability of these ventures. So that is what I would call the qualitative as well as the quantitative need. So that basically brings us to the project that's going to happen for the next 22 months, where the India team as well as the South Korea team will be working hand in hand to develop what I would call the software as well as the hard technology. So what I would call software is essentially the recipes or the soft tech that we will develop, and the integration of that into a vertical farm setting and developing a more enhanced grow light technology is what the Korean team will be focusing on later on, so that together we can essentially commercialize this upgraded or smart grow light or smarter technology in both Indian as well as Korean markets. So in terms of the responsibilities that we'll be sharing in the due course of the project there's a timely handoff. There are 3 milestones. We are currently starting with the milestone 1, and through each milestone we have definitive handoffs in terms of the data as well as the testing that has to be performed both at the Korean end as well as the Indian end. And timely feedback in terms of what is happening is going to ensure that we are going to develop and fine-tune the process and the product within the stipulated time. And the end point is, of course, the establishment of not only the recipes or the technology, but also an integrated platform that is the Grow Light into the vertical farm setting, where we have proof of concept that it really is as valuable as we claim. So just a key novelty point is that because our technology is high throughput, we are able to generate information of a vast magnitude and using data analytics, convert those information into usable value addition products for the vertical farm. So as to essentially keep a quantified approach, we have identified the 8 crops that we are going to work on for the next 2 years. And these 8 crops happens to be butterhead lettuce, strawberry, wasabi, chards, and pennywort. So the reason is that these are the most commonly used food as well as pharmacologically relevant crops. And the idea is that if we are able to comprehensively develop a unique solution to these, we have a large enough market, not just in India and Korea, but also across the world, where people are interested in growing these and hence interested in taking the technology that we have developed. So these are the primary plans that we'll be working on with for the next 2 years. So in terms of the intellectual property development, as you can understand, both the Indian team and the Korean team will be developing quite a number of novel technology applications that has value for beyond the scope of the project. The Tesseract workflow, which is our novel workflow that we will use to develop data, is in itself a process or an assembly, which and also the crop-specific recipes of the light intensity ratios and some of the other information that we generate is also going to be valuable, because that directly translates to profitability in real-world settings. And we also have at this point a default data sharing agreement between the teams, so that handoff of data and the handoff of information happens, and we are able to essentially monetize it as quickly as possible. So the project endpoints, as we have identified, is obviously a commercialization, not just to develop an R&D story for the sake of it, but rather develop a small set of commercializable products in terms of the recipes as well as the integrated grow lights that can go and sit in plant factories across the world. So essentially that is the project that we are looking at. To summarize, we want to develop recipes and integrate it into vertical farm factory and showcase that we can actually improve the profit margin and hence make this technology profitable. So just to do a little bit of a deep dive on the technology that we offer from the India side is what we call the Tesseract workflow. Now the Tesseract workflow essentially is a two-pronged component. The workflow in itself consists of specially designed chambers where we can regulate the amount of light and the combinations of light that we can provide in a controlled manner, and capture both morphological as well as biochemical data of plants. And all of this data that is captured goes into our proprietary spectral optimization algorithm, which essentially identifies, using data analytics, identify the right intensities and amounts and combinations of different wavelengths that is necessary to maximize or minimize a particular endpoint. So it's an operations research program that essentially integrates with the growing module. So together, for a given problem statement, we can quickly generate huge amount of data and then process it so that we can generate novel recipes. So in terms of its application, it's not just the food crops that can benefit. Like I have explained, it's the food and plants as well as plant systems, and even by a certain fungi and bacterial systems that can respond to our technology, and hence we can develop novel applications downstream. So as we have explained, we are also looking at expanding its value in food as well as pharma applications. So just to brief on some of our validation stories that we have built so far. while working with various academia and institutes across the world, we have conducted side-by-side blinded studies with, for example, the Francisco group in Italy and some of the other counterparts in US, where we have developed certain results, and we have done a comparative study from some of the other equivalent technologies that are out there, and we are able to show some remarkable accuracy and quality in terms of the data and assertions that we are able to develop. In terms of our ability to actually improve a particular endpoint, I want to give this example where one of our clients required to increase the redness of red lettuce, and they were not able to achieve it for example in the conventional setting, but by using our specialized technology to maximize the anthocyanin content, we were able to give them a particular solution that tremendously increased the red coloration of red value, which translated to higher they could sell it at a higher price. So that's how this kind of an R&D was quickly translated to factory usage. One more last example in the bio or the pharma tech where our technology also has application is in production of very specific secondary metabolites, which are used in medicine as well. So one of the best example is a cancer molecule called cordyceps, where we were able to enhance the production of that particular molecule in fungi models using the same technology and workflow that we have developed. So these are all just example cases or validation cases that state that for the given objective of improving energy efficiency in vertical farm settings, we are well placed and reasonable to state that we are able to provide this solution in the coming 2 years. So the last section, of course, I think it makes more sense to essentially do it at the discussion point, but I'm just going to brief on some of the points that are relevant. Obviously, the first one is the current market overview, and I'm talking about it majorly from the India point of view, but we are not restricting it to in any way to India. But just to kind of enhance and emphasize why it is useful. So, of course, the APAC region that consists of India, South Korea, also the Oceania, happens to be the highest, the most accelerating market for vertical farms and indoor farms. For obvious reasons, we see land issues more than the rest of the world. So it's a very well placed market, and it's valued at around $4 billion today, and it's only going to increase from here. And we have tremendous adoption in India as well, because more and more of the younger generation are actually essentially adopting this kind of a module, which means that this is going to accelerate even further in the next 5 to 10 years. So I think this is perhaps the most important slide relevant to this discussion is that in India there are tremendous opportunity for this particular market and this particular technology, which is whichever is established in Korea, to essentially enter India in terms of developing technologies focused on vertical and indoor farms, especially grow lights, which is the point of interest for us. There are around 2,500 vertical farms established so far, which require grow lights. And if you are able to give them a tunable grow light with all of this information already developed, then there is much more adoption, because it's for the ease of use. Around 1.6 million square feet of indoor farming is available, where lighting solutions become important. There are also almost more than 50,000 plus labs that are working on specifically problem statements where grow lights and its associated products can also benefit. So this is just the smallest glimpse of where the grow light and the vertical farming market, where we stand, and how essentially developing a more comprehensive and smarter product along with our Korean team can directly translate to more product integration in the Indian market. So in terms of the commercialization, of course, these are projections, but it's fair to say that within a relative band of investments up to say 10 crores or 150 billion won, not too far-fetched to expect three-digit year-on-year growth, at least for the first 3-4 years, if you are able to completely concentrate on Indian markets. And these are conservative figures. We're not even trying to exaggerate here. So just to summarize the key takeaways is that we have specifically developed technology and we have validated through first principles a workflow that can generate information relevant to the plant factory in this context and develop smarter recipes that can integrate into grow lights and farming technology. And we want to essentially work with the established farming and grow light technology in the Korean consortium to develop an integrated product that can then be marketed across the world, especially India, Korea. But of course, we want to take it much further than that. And that's essentially the idea that started along with the Elif guys and Sal Biosciences guys and the Korean team. And I think, like Dr. Park said, we have essentially, started taking the first step now. The only thing is the actual result to be announced is on pending. But besides that, we are from our end, completely ready to essentially start this project. So that's basically my brief discussion. Thanks everyone for listening to me. And again, this has been a great honor to talk in this forum.
네, 감사합니다. 수만스.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
So what language do you use? Which language do you use? English or Korean? Okay. 다음 발표자로 갈게요.
So let me move on to the next presentation.
The next presenter is Mr. Kim Young-ha, Director of Intelligent Smart Farm Expert Research Group of the Rural Research Institute of Korea Rural Community Corporation. The Rural Research Institute of Korea Rural Community Corporation is working on exportation, and they are running various kinds of projects. And Mr. Kim Young-han is the director of the relevant research group. So, Dr. Kim, please keep the time 20 minutes. Yes, I see. Nice to meet you all. Especially, I'd like to say hello to Indian researchers. And this is the session where we talk about Korea-India Technology Cooperation Network. And today, I'd like to talk about vertical farms as well as Korean smart farms. And I'd like to present you with the commercialization strategies as well. This is the content of my presentation: high-tech agriculture and smart farm K-Plan system, K-Smart Farm Overseas Project, and K-Smart Farm Project proposal. The number of population is growing and the climate is changing, and this requires the ICT convergence. High-efficient automated agriculture system is needed, and stable production in agricultural sector is demanded these days. And those that used to be cultivated outside are coming inside. So agriculture is coming into the city from the remote areas and from the rural areas. So as you see in one of the pictures, there are structures in the indoor greenhouses, and that is conversed with the ICT technologies. So big data is leveraged here. This is not just a normal greenhouse. Mushrooms, orchard, fish farms, can be incorporated into this kind of greenhouse. There are many reasons why we do smart farm. One of the reasons is to increase productivity. According to the data available, productivity can increase by 40%, quality can increase by 30%, and labor costs can be reduced by 30%. Overall, our profit can go up by 60% according to one research in case of using smart farm. And the global market in terms of smart farming is growing. So the annual growth rate of Korean smart farm sector is 6.7%, and at the moment, the growth rate is more than 30%. So I'd like to talk about the K-Smart Farm plant system. So ICT-related technologies is converged to the smart farm plant system. Software is used here for the farm plant system. Water technologies, nutrient, liquid technologies are converged here. And this is about the new layout of the greenhouses. So the new greenhouse layout is different from the old layout. And the POSCO developed a new materials called post-MAC, and it is highly anti-corrosive, and price is not that expensive. And these new materials can be sustaining the greenhouse for a long time. And this is an assembly-based system. Cooling is a combination of passive and active technologies, such as aluminum screen, side painting, and fog and fan, etc. So as you see here, up to 6 degrees Celsius can be adjusted by using this technology. But if you want to lower further temperatures, you can use additional technologies, such as active technologies. And this is related to the software, and based on the government subsidy, we have a plan to expand the system to farms. And this is an example of technologies using geothermal solutions. And this is the newly recognized system. And one of the K-Smart farm plant systems is the nutrient recycling technology. So once water is used, they go through purification system so that purified water is reused. So this is a system that has been recently developed by Korea, and now it is it starts to be in use. These are cultivation technologies, hydroponics, aquaponics, and hanging gutter systems. So the cultivation technologies are evolving. As for hydroponics technologies, as you see here, fish can be cultivated here. In Korea, we made a success case where fish and vegetables are cultivated together. So for example, eels and vegetables can be cultivated together, and tomato and other kinds of vegetables can be cultivated together. And water and energy can be combined together. And as a result, we have IFDS system, Farming Decision Support System. So this is AI and machine learning-based system. And this is the technologies that is being researched together with India as well. And as for Korean ICT technology involvement, I have prepared these slides. So there are several categories: K1 type, K2 type, K3 type, internet-based sensor nodes, controller nodes, based passive system, that is K1 type. And K2 type is having intentional farming decisions and cloud service systems on top of the K1 type. And the cloud service was already developed, and this is being used by farms. However, a robot-based automation system is not in commercialization stage. So for this area, we need to pursue further research, and geothermal system and cloud-based ICT systems and GigaSmart, which is being developed by KT. All these are converged together, and the vertical farm is or will be pursued together, with India. And let me move on to the overseas projects. There is a middle standing company that is called Isu Chemicals in Korea. So they started from a pharmaceutical sector, but they are also working in the biotechnology sectors. So they did install this facility, as you see on the screen, in China. And these are the crops that are cultivated in that facility. Bell pepper, cherry tomatoes are being cultivated in those facilities. As you see here, yield ratio is quite high. This is up and running at the moment in China. And that is another example. So these fruits and vegetables are being produced in those facilities. And next, let me move on to K-Smart Farm project proposals. K-Smart Farm technology is quite advanced. So the water, nutrient solution, and heating and cooling technologies are combined together, and all these systems are being controlled by ICT technology. And in India, we think that these technologies will be commercialized in India in the future. But to do this, we need a consortium. So from the Indian side, local companies or local governments, team members need to join, and the same goes to the Korean side. KAIST GCC and the Business Research Group of the Rural Communities Research Institute will cooperate for the future. And so I'd like to talk about future business opportunity concerning greenhouse systems. And I'm not sure whether the Korean-style greenhouse has been established in India. But first of all, small-scale farm needs to be established first in India. And in that case, we estimated the cost necessary. So this is the estimation of the cost in case of having a smart farm on a small scale in India. For example, 6,000 plus 140 square meters in case of cultivating mushroom. Profit is calculated as follows. So according to this estimation, this model is quite feasible business-wise in India. And in this case, this requires 4-hectare greenhouse, and APC center needs to be there as well. And in such a case, cost is $7 million. However, still profitable, quite high. And if we go more in a bigger scale, let's say that if we adopt 10 hectare in the land for a smart farm, this is the estimation of profit. So approximately $10 million is expected. So I think that this requires the government assistance or the participation of large companies. So these are smart farm steps, implementation processes, as you see on the screen. Here in Korea, there are many different models available. So, for example, there is a complex model, there is a greenhouse complex model, or there is another model called rural smart farm model, smart town model. So this is about making a smart town in the rural communities. In the past, this kind of program was focused on just improving the living conditions. However, this is more also about improving income of farmers. And the last model is the rural village model. So it's about building a large-scale rural village according to a project. So the young farmers and residents will be able to be trained as well under the model. So from green gas, training and education, and seedling nursery room, and to distribution. So all these processes can be tackled. And this whole system can be connected to a distribution company or distribution system. So one of the possible ways is to establish a distributor. But if we think about farmers, I think that it's better to think about a separated company for distribution. And this is about educating and training visitors and residents. So if these programs are available, we can gain profit from admission fees. And this is another way of generating income for farming communities. And more recently, here in Korea, the Smart Farm Village project is actively being pursued. So green space, basement space, and the rooftop space of buildings can be turned into farming space. And this kind of model can be part of the New Town Development project. So this is a good example of an urban development plan. And another thing is smart farm project, tea farm. So it's a tea farm is a plant farm. So fresh factory 1, 2, 3, the processing work is done, and after processing, the agriculture products are distributed. And I think this is one of the areas where we can also pursue joint research as well. So all these products have been produced and are being sold in Korea, for example. So with new recipes, so new products can be produced with the new packagings, so these can be sold to the market. And this is another type, which is like a container. This is an automated the plant factory. So this is the model that we are selling at the moment. So Dr. Kim, please finish your presentation within a minute. So this is a Farm 8 factories picture. And this is the thing that we are studying together with India. So strawberry cultivation project. So this is the container farm for cultivating strawberry. So the Korean or K Smart Farm technology can be further advanced along with Indian researchers, and that will be definitely commercialized, I believe. Thank you for listening. Dr. Kim, thank you for your presentation. And the next presenter is Mr. Young-Woon An, Director of the R&D Center of APAC. APAC is one of the important companies that are involved in the Korea-India Technology Cooperation Network. So the APAC is introducing the LED lights in relations to horticulture. So some of you may wonder why LED manufacturer is here in this presentation session, but I'd like to emphasize that APAC is such an important company in relation to cooperation with India. So, Mr. An, are you ready? Yes, please share the screen and please start your presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to deliver this presentation. Let me introduce myself first. I am a director of the R&D Center in the APAC. My name is An Young-Hoon. The title of my presentation today is the development of LED grow lights. Of course, I will introduce my company and also the LED, especially for the grow light. Our company was established in 1999, and we got the investment from the global companies. And our head office is located in the Daejeon, and it takes about 2 hours from Seoul. We have more than 80 the patents. The products that we provide is for the local market as well as for the global market, and that's why we have a license as well as certification necessary for the overseas and local market. This slide shows the major partners and the clients. We will also work together with the Samsung and the LG Electronics. We are very close partners to them. This is the business area that we are focusing in. Number one is LED light, and then next is solar energy. So I'd like to cover first about the LED lighting. In the LED the business, we have the experts with the master's degree and the doctor's degree. And regarding the grow light, we already have numerous successful cases. And we also have a very high efficient product, and we already have a mass production capability. This slide shows the lighting lineup, and we have 3 different types of the lineup. Number one is for the outdoor lighting, and second is industrial lighting, and the last one is horticulture lighting or the grow light. So we have a high voltage lighting, and we also have a lightweight product. But this is FD series as well as FD series, which are very lightweight model, and this is mostly widely used in the golf course as well as the other sports stadium. We actually we enjoy number 1 share in the sports sector. We are also very active in the global market, including European market. We have the industrial lighting. The right-hand side shows the BUI model. And this is widely distributed in the Costco, the wholesaler in Seoul, in Korea. We already got the credit for the outstanding performance of our product, and we actively conduct R&D activities. our products are installed in outdoors as well as indoors. This means that we need to still maintain the high efficiency even in the harsh environment, even in the dust and the humid setting. So that's why we have a waterproof testing before mass production. The photo on the left-hand side shows the parking lot lamp. We established this one in 2010, and it lasts more than 10 years. So this also shows the reliability because we have been using it for more than 10 years. So we use it for 24 hours and for more than 10 years. So we have been using more than 85,000 hours. And at first it was 93%. I did installation myself about 10 years ago. And at that time, I was wondering what would happen after 10 years. And I was really amazed at the performance of the LED lighting. This is the simulation that we conducted. And we provide the most accurate lighting simulation for our valued clients. This is also applied to the grow light. Now, I'd like to talk about the horticulture lighting. Our company, APEC, provides the most optimized grow light for the planting or the horticulture. So we provide it to the educational institutions as well as the other research institutes. We conduct numerous projects by using various models of our company. So we actually do the collaboration with the many different entities. This is the product that we sell right now. It's 320 watt level, and it weighs about 3 kilo, which is the lightest version. And it also has a downsized the model, where the size should not be very large, because that way it would not block the sunlight and does not create any shadow, so that it will be more positive to the plants. PPE is about 2.3 micromodule. We have a 450 nano. This is, again, a very specialized device that we have for the horticulture. And this is a 600 watt level. And this is a bit similar to the one that I introduced previously. Recently, we also introduced this one to the horticulture, including the U.S. as well as the Canadian market, because in those countries, growing the marijuana is illegal, and this also can be used. And we are currently working very hard to get the necessary license or permit to make an entry into those North American market. This is something that you must be very familiar with. This is a prototype. Again, this is the LED light product. And China also offer the similar products. But the key issue is performance. And the key lies in the LED recipe. And we also need to provide the long-term the guarantee in terms of the quality as well as efficiency. So once it is installed, it should last long and should not have any frequent breakdown, so that it would not hamper the growing of the plant. So reliability is extremely important, and it also should endure all the different settings. these are some of the references that I can introduce. And these are the sites where we installed our lightings. This is the Yume farm in Japan, where they grow various types of vegetables and the fruits, including strawberry. I think this is very much relevant to today's presentation, because this is about the Korea-India collaboration. So we also developed the special lighting, LED lighting, and we have a total of 8 channels so that the users can easily operate and control the device. So this is the kind of mechanism that we have here. So in the future, especially for the grow light, the wavelength control is extremely important for the energy efficiency. So this is the area that we would focus still well into the future. This will conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
지금 오신 분들
And there are some participants that are coming inside the room, and you may be wondering whether you were late for the sessions or not, but you are not late. Actually, the session you are supposed to come in starts from 4 p.m. But for the current session, we need to cover some questions. So for 10 minutes, we'll have a Q&A session. So I'd like to ask a question to APAC. So in relation to plant factory, have you ever sold your product in Korea? So in Korea, vertical farm is getting bigger and bigger, and more companies are involved in vertical farming. And recently, actually, we did installations in 2 sites, which are quite big. And so one of the types that we installed is the tube type. So per site, we have installed 20,000 tubes. And also we have the installations of the glass greenhouse and the plastic greenhouse. And in relations to marijuana, actually there are some regions there we are thinking of. So that is also a possible area for business. So speaking of the 2 sites you talked about, where are they located? So should I reveal the name? So what is the size of the land? So my understanding is that a site is about 5,000 pyeongs. But tube-wise, it is a site that can accommodate 20,000 tubes. So per rack, so 20,000 tubes, or between 20,000 and 30,000 tubes are installed. And also, one of the sites is extending its facility. So that would be the outstanding facility. So more and more companies are joining the club, establishing vertical farms. Wow, the vertical farm market in Korea is quite active. Yes, that's right. But Russia was also one of the countries who was active in doing that. However, because of the COVID-19 situations, they are at a standstill. But in relation to marijuana, actually, there are some possible projects in the United States. So that was a good answer from APAC.
Now, this question is directed to Mr. Sumant from the SAL Biosciences. And my question is, well, you already completed the technology development. And would you please tell me the some of the countries where the technology can be best adopted. Can you think of any other country where this technology can be optimized or utilized? Would you please turn on the radio? Turn on the audio. Sorry.
So to answer question one, so essentially as a proof of concept, we do have kind of a version 1 of the technology that has been developed and substantiated to a greater extent. In the course of this particular project, what we want to do is develop a kind of a version 2 with some enhanced features and in terms of the automation and data capture capabilities. So yes, we do have some framework of the technology already developed that we can use even today. Now, in terms of the second, what I believe is every country and every geography obviously has its own priorities in terms of what is valuable. So in terms of a profitable venture, we believe that, I believe that there are very specific subsets of plants that will be going through. For example, I think we've already gone through marijuana, which is an important commodity in the North American region. Similarly, there are subsets of very specific exotic spices and cosmetic-related crops that India essentially prefers. For example, saffron and some of its derivatives. So it just so happens that it's not to identify for it's rather than identifying where all we can sell, say, strawberries and tomatoes. The right approach would rather be to identify for a given region which is that one or a subset of crops that people are interested to invest a little more on and essentially develop solutions appropriately for that, whether it's exotic spices in the India and the Middle West, Arabic countries, whether it's marijuana or whether it's very specific protein-rich solutions for specifically used in the Europe continent. So I believe that there are very specific requirements per group, and we have to essentially research on identifying that and providing solutions appropriately there. I hope that essentially answers that question.
두 번째 질문은 사만스.
Second question also goes to Mr. Samanth. So my second question. So you have a target crops, right? And you gave some example of the target crops. So what is the most profitable one? You mentioned about the marijuana. Definitely. Marijuana can enjoy the handsome profit, but in Korea, there are a lot of companies who want to grow or cultivate that. But how about in India, Tanabe, especially Tanabe? What do you think?
Absolutely. Like I said, the one thing that India really likes is its spices. So there are crops like saffron. And we are trying to establish wasabi, which again is becoming very prominent in the Indian food palette as well. So what I believe is in terms of the crops that we have selected strawberry, honeybolt, and Swiss chard, especially for the reason that it has extremely high value commercially in the Indian market. And we have also identified other crops such as golden seal and saffron, which takes a little bit more to actually grow in a vertical farm setting. But if we are able to essentially crack it, then there are tremendous markets in India for those crops. So in India, simply put, it is the exotic berries, usually that grows in colder temperatures, because India is a hot country. It prefers to, it really likes its cold berries like strawberries, blackberries, blueberries, and those sorts of crops, which we value very highly. And so I think if you are targeting an Indian market, I think these kind of berries will be a best fit for both the vertical farms as well as the Indian market.
자, 그러면은 사만스 씨한테 마지막 질문.
May I ask the third question? Well, this is going to be the last question to Samanth. Well, I know that the last step is to get the approval for this project, but it is yet to get the approval. So would you please briefly describe the current stage? Can you wrap it up within 1 minute? The final status.
So essentially we have the approval. It's the publication of the final results that we just need the final authority to sign in on. So it's more of a bureaucratic thing, not a technical issue. As soon as that signature from the DST, that is Department of Science and Technology, is gone through, I think the Geeta team will be more than happy to essentially send out an email stating that we have started. But from our end, we have already done our agreement signing and we have passed on the due diligence process. So we have agreed to essentially start the project or backstart the project from December, which is why this becomes relevant. So yeah, so we are gone through. We are only waiting for the final email address from the Geeta, which only is dependent on the higher authority to essentially do the final signature on papers. So we are waiting for that bureaucratic process to pass through.
네, 감사합니다. 그러면
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the speaker from India. So I'd like to extend my thanks to the Indian speaker. And this ends the sessions. Thank you for your participation. See you next time. Thank you.
It provides optimized solutions to various sports facilities, such as golf courses and port facilities, and it is focusing development and investment to indoor store lighting inside markets, street lamp projects, and plant cultivation lighting. Also, it has newly launched a solar panel cleaning robot for the efficiency enhancement of photovoltaic energy generation. The LED lighting of APAC guarantees high quality, lightweight, long life, and high levels of energy reduction. It has conducted LED lighting tests outdoors for approximately 9 years since the year 2010, and its results boast a high efficiency rate in which initial light speed reduction rates are less than 6%. The LED lighting of APAC realizes perfect waterproof and dustproof functions with IP grade 66 and 67 and provides excellent quality maintenance even years after outdoor installation. Through accurate simulations, it customizes lighting quantities, illuminance, and uniformity factors so they are optimized to installation locations. Also, luminescence adjustment and control are possible with a dimming control system, guaranteeing high energy reduction effects. Its outdoor lighting, such as that for sports facilities and ports, guarantees the highest level of light efficiency, lightweight, and easy maintenance, and product durability and reliability is secured with IP grade 66 and 67. High ceiling lights, such as those for indoor gymnasiums, factories, and large markets, boast clean and tidy designs, and a high optical efficacy at a maximum of 150 lumens per watt. Security lights suited for smart city security and the maintenance of public order are installed to general road and low pole shafts, bringing light to dark streets at night, or to shadowy spaces, contributing to living safety. APAC's LED lighting for plant growth and development realizes optimal spectrums, cultivating healthy and high-quality plants. With PPFD values that are extremely higher than those of other companies, it has proven spectrum realizations that are excellent for plant growth, and it has opened up adoptions into greenhouse horticulture and smart farms, not only in Korea, but also overseas through collaborations with partner companies. Testing at a vertical farm in Korea on fluorescent lighting and APAC LED lighting showed that butterhead sizes were 46% larger. Through this, it can hopefully contribute to resolving the global food crisis by providing next-generation food to mankind. As photovoltaic energy generation is growing in importance all around the world, APAC has developed and is providing PVRO, an intelligent PV cleaning robot for the efficiency maintenance of solar panels. At present, solar panels are generally cleaned by people, but PVRO can be simply installed and it can automatically wash solar panels that are a minimum of 2 meters and a maximum of 6 meters in size, while moving side to side using a motor driving method. It uses a minimum amount of water without any cleaning agents. With an applied object sensor, it has functions such as fall prevention functions due to malfunctions, and it can also easily be disassembled. The excellent technology of APAC is already being recognized in Korea and in countries around the world. Through collaborations with countries all over the world, including Europe, North America, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East, it is providing high-powered LED lighting, such as sports lighting, port lighting, road lighting, and high ceiling lighting. Also, it is giving wide publicity towards the technology and reliability of Korea through actions such as exporting PVRO to Japan. APAC always proposes the most efficient solutions to customers. The technology of reliability provided by APAC. It is now your turn to experience it.
좀 닫아주세요. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests. We will now start the Global Technology Collaboration Network special session. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nu Zezang, the professor of the School of the Business and Technology Management at KAIST. We have a keynote speech and the panel discussion. And we also have a online as well as offline channels. First of all, I would like to invite the director of the Global Commercialization Center of the KAIST, Choi Moon-gi, for the commemoratory remark. He served as the director of the ETRI and also the KAIST, the School of Business and the Business and the Technology Management KAIST, and he also served as the first minister of the Ministry of the Science, ICT, and the Future Planning. So please welcome him with big hands. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Choi Moon-gi, who was just introduced. We are now celebrating the 11th Global Commercialization Conference and Workshop. So we just call it as GCCW as an acronym. And I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the participants who are joining us online as well as offline. From 2015, we have organized this GCCW twice a year, and every time we invited more than 300 participants together, and we really have a fruitful result. So GCCW definitely made a lot of contribution to invigorating ecosystem for the global technology commercialization. We had a 10th GCCW in spring of the 2020, and we are now having the 11th GCCW in December. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, the participants from home and abroad cannot make their presence in person here, and we offer online channels and invite only minimum number of participants in this venue. We normally have a 3-day session, which include presentation, discussion, site tour, business development, and networking. However, this spring we only had a 2-day session, and now we only have a 1-day session instead. So we had to skip all other activities, including the site visit. This unprecedented situation could be resolved soon, and so that we could have a usual type of the offline session from next year. The 11th GCCW is confined to China and India this time intensively. In the morning session, especially in session 1, we talked about the Korea-China technology commercialization, focusing on past achievement and future opportunities. And we also had discussion for future collaboration for the smart factory. In the afternoon session and session 2, we had the Korea-India technology commercialization and identification of business demand and cooperation areas. And we also had a discussion on the Korea-India Joint Project and the Technology Commercialization direction. In this last session, which is the special session, we will have the keynote speech delivered by the Chief Executive Director Kim Jong-gap from the Bond to Global. Experts in this technology commercialization will be joining us together, and building global innovation system for ICT conversion, technology and commercialization is the main topic. The Bond to Global Center, together with the Ministry of Science, ICT and the Future Planning, identified and fostered the startup companies for the creative economy, and it opened in September of the 23, and it has been very much successful in the past 7 years. The KAIST GCC has been actively working together with SMEs, large conglomerates, and research and universities for market demand-based global technology commercialization for the past 5 years. When we leverage accumulated expertise in this sector and make close collaboration, we definitely can achieve success with a viable ecosystem. The panel discussion that we will have can come up with the new technology which can meet the global market demand and secure timely financing for sustainable business projects, and eventually set up the ecosystem for technology commercialization. And I hope that we also could exchange insights and expertise for collaboration during this panel discussion session. I would like to express my thanks again to all the presenters, discussants, keynote speakers, and the panelists for the successful conclusion of the 11th GCCW. It is yet too early to assess the outcome of online conferences compared to the offline, but definitely we learned a lot that more attention and care are needed. I would also like to thank all the staff from the Daejeon Technopark for their full support. At the same time, my thanks also goes to the KAIST GCC as well as ITTP members for their full support and the dedication. I seek your cooperation for the successful conclusion of this 11th GCCW, and I do hope that we could meet all of you in the 12th GCCW in person in Daejeon. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I'd like to invite to the podium Mr. Yoon Dong-seop, Director of Daejeon Technopark. And Mr. Yoon has obtained a PhD degree in economics at Nagoya University. And in the Bioengineering Research Institute, he served as the principal researcher. And starting from 2009, he has been contributing to the local industry cultivation and development. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big hand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yoon Dong-seop, Director of Daejeon Technopark. And the project is being pursued as part of the big national project of the Ministry of Industries and Transportation and Energy. And the National Cluster Project is being pursued at the moment, and also for the next 4 to 5 years, it will continue. And during the time, we will be able to accumulate our know-hows and expertise. And I really hope that this project can prove to be fruitful at the end. Under the tough COVID-19 pandemic situation, KAIST GCC and the head of the GCC, Mr. Moon-gi Choi, has made a lot of efforts to make this happen. So I'd like to thank you for your efforts. And also, the Daejeon Technopark will also support you as much as possible so that all of us can come with good results. Despite busy schedules, there are participants online, offline. I wish you all the best day. Thank you. Now it's time to move on to a keynote speech. Mr. Jong Kim, Chief Executive Director of Bond2 Global, will deliver a keynote speech under the title of How to Get Global Tech Demand. Mr. Jong-gak Kim has been involved in IPOC and Silicon Valley and ETRI Center over the last 20 years. At the same time, he has experience working in an incubation center. And from several years ago, Jong-gak Kim has been serving as the Chief Executive Director of Bontu Global. So ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big hand.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Kim Jong-gap, the Chief Executive Director from the Bontu Global Center. Well, I have a mixed feeling right now. Well, of course, the title sounds very grand, like how to get the global tech demand. But the organization that I am in right now, the Bontu Global Center, was first set up when the Director Chairman Gi was the Minister of the Science and ICT and Future Planning. I joined here in 2015. I changed the name into the Bontu Global Center. So I feel really indebted to the Director Chairman Gi. And before that, I also But again, I'd like to thank again the Director Chairman Gi, because he also was the head of the ETRI before. So he actually gave a lot of opportunities. And of course, I'm here to share some of the strategies, but at the same time, this is a very good opportunity where I can show off what I have achieved under his strong leadership. Again, this is my background. I've been here for more than 5 years in Seoul. Before that, I was in Silicon Valley for about 20 years. When I came back to Korea, I had a strong commitment. Of course, I worked in the Silicon Valley. I provided a lot of support, but I was very frustrated because I thought, oh, maybe I have my limit in my competence. So I want to start something from Seoul or from Korea. So I have been doing this one for more than 5 years, and I see some fruits being reaped here. So if you are in the technology sector, then you always have a kind of aspiration toward the Silicon Valley. So you want to get the recognition from the Silicon Valley, and as long as you can prove your performance, then you have a self-confidence, and then you are very proud of yourself. But you don't know everything. That's why I brought this map. The left-hand side shows the Silicon Valley, starting from the San Francisco to San Jose to San Francisco. And then this one is from the Ujeongbu to the Pyeongtaek. So if you move down a little bit in Pangyo, then it also can encompass the northern part of Gyeonggi province. The size-wise, they're almost the same, but we have very different clusters. And we also have all different entities. And we have so much variety in the cluster. But in the left-hand side, the Silicon Valley has a bio cluster and the IC. They only have 2 major clusters. And they have more than 400 venture capitals, and they make investment about the 30 trillion won to the startup companies. But in case of Korea, we only invest about 5 trillion won. So this means that the investment volume is very much different. And the Silicon definitely enjoys the global companies' presence. Like they have more than 4,000 offices, including Apple as well as Cisco. And at the same time, they also have M&A experts there, and they have about 180,000 experts in the M&A. But we only have about 3,500 M&A experts in the Korean Peninsula. So you have a difference in terms of the middleman as well as the cluster number. Well, of course, we need to catch up. With the Silicon Valley, we need to learn more. And sometimes, I want to find out the root cause behind this difference. So that's why we started this project. This is the Bloomberg Innovation Index, published in every June. And of course, this is very much concentrated on the startup. Up until 2019, Korea enjoyed #1 position consecutively for 7 years. In case of the United States, it's #7 or #8. So it's amazing. So I'm so proud of the Korea's status. But it also can be a kind of shame point, because in terms of technology, we are really outstanding, especially ICT technology. We are very well recognized and we have very good brands. However, the downside is that the ICT products, well, of course, we have a Samsung and we also have a LG. Do we have any other global brands except the Samsung and LG? Unfortunately, no. Maybe Line from Neighbor is a bit well known in the Southeast Asian countries or in Japan, but globally, we don't have the global brands such as, like Uber or the giant. So again, Korea is #1 in terms of the innovation index, but in terms of the brand, we are still lagging behind. Well, of course, our situation is slightly different from the Daejeon, and we are more focusing on the business instead of the technology itself. But we want to make a right balance. We work so hard, and we must generate the profit through the technology commercialization. That way, we can build up more cause and the user cases. So in that sense, we are focusing more on the technology commercialization. Of course, sometimes you work so hard, and then we are very much active in R&D activities. Sometimes you stay late at night, and we are doing very well in terms of the technology or the R&D activities. But our production index is very low. So this means that we are working so hard but recklessly. We need to be more wise and smart, even in the R&D activities. So this is something that came up to my mind. So this means that we need to conduct R&D activities based on the demand. So we need to have a kind of shift or the change so that we can secure more market share and strike the balance. So that is the prologue. And our center, Born to Global, of course, we are concentrating on the startups, but we always start with the market. This is a very well-known diagram. So this is actually the essence of the technology commercialization. So you wake up in the morning, and then you go to bed, and this is something that you have to do as the leader. So you have to go through this circle: market, product, channel, model. So you need to identify the need from the market, and then you need to have the product market fit. And after that, you need to think about the right channel to sell the products. It can be B2B, B2G, B2C, so there will be many different types of the channels. But anyhow, whatever the product is, whatever the service is, you need to have a right product market fit and then product channel fit. And after that, you need to think about the business model and the channel fit. So how do you will share the profit? So again, you also need to have a model product fit and market channel fit and the model market fit. And then later on, you have to repeat this cycle. So sometimes you need to go to the other opposite side. So this means that you need to repeat this cycle until the end. But if you go backward, then maybe you can set up the product first. So you first set up the product, then you have more challenges. You can never move on. Because if you have one element, but the other puzzle would go out of the way. So this means that you have to do everything yourself. You need to do the product, you need to also handle channel, and you also need to handle the model. And that's why some of the companies claim that, oh, we are just pursuing the platform because we encompass all of these elements. Then you become over-ambitious. So I already have a bit of experiences that I had in the Silicon Valley. So you need to have a very, very clear positioning yourself. So this is something that we have to go through every day. And again, there's a continuity in this cycle, where sometimes we do the channel fit for some company, sometimes we do the product market fit, depending on the need that you have right now. So I'll talk about the new strategies in the later part of my presentation, but you need to have a mutual understanding here. You need to have very clear understanding on this one before you move on. That's why I put it in my prologue. Now let me briefly introduce our Ubuntu Global Center. This was first established in 2013, and now we are under another ministry, Ministry of Science and ICT. So we first worked together with a startup, but we are focusing more on the ICT and also DNA, data network, and the AI. So we are concentrating on the startups and also with the DNA, because we are not involved in the local projects. So we are just involved in the global projects. So we are very well known if you go out of the Korea, but not many people are aware of our Ubuntu Global Center. So our head office is in the Pangyo. We have a building there. Well, this is the glimpse of the task that we do. I made it in one page. So as long as you have good input, then you can have an output. So you need to select the right product or service to have a good output. So I would say that 40 to 50% of our work go to the first phase of the selection. Of course, we need to have a different type of validation. So we have three criteria. So first of all, you need to be ready for the global work, emotional, psychologically, and physically. So sometimes we have an individual interview, and well, sometimes they do the business in the other countries simply for their children's education. So we need to review the genuine intention of the business in the global market. And another one is language. Well, of course, we have a kind of can-do spirit. But in case of the language, you need to have a skill. But in case of the co-development, maybe the language is not the main my priority. But if you want to demonstrate your passion and the commitment, especially in the early stage, you have to speak the language. Of course, you can borrow the interpreter service, but you may not be able to move your target audiences. So that's why the language is very much important element. So at least one member of the team should have a good language fluency, so that they can introduce their products or the services. If you want to make an entry in the Chinese market and you don't speak Chinese at all, then sometimes you would get deceived by the wrong-minded the people. So we need to have the product market fit. That's what we call the PMF. So we need to understand if there's a need for the product that you have in mind. So we have a three-step evaluation, and we select about 100 companies. So we have a kind of cumulative approaches. So once you have a membership, then we still maintain the membership until they exit. But we have annual evaluation. So first you need to have a capital. we have three factors for the company success. So number is capital, and intangible assets such as a patent. So you need to think about the value of the company. So your value should be at least above 0. That means you have worked very hard. But if the value is like 0, then you can no longer stay with us. So we also deduct some of the points. So we always maintain about 100 companies. And on a cumulative the basis, we have about 700 companies in total. And as you can see from this table, we also provide a consulting service as well as a capacity building the service. And our key focus is a PMF. Just forget about the local market. If you want to advance into the US market, you have to understand the consumers in the States. Well, if they want the product, but in a different way, then we can modify that, where we also mobilize the fund from the government, and we have a one-to-one consulting services and the support. So if the product is ready, then we try to find a way to move to other channels. So we have a client meeting, one-to-one client meeting, at least 4.5 times a year, 4.5 times a day. So sometimes we see more business opportunities under the COVID-19 crisis, because you can even do the web meeting almost every day. So you even can have a meeting with 4 different countries. So you have a 24-hour, you have a 7-day a week. So sometimes we do the ODA or MDB. So we can leverage this kind of organization to find opportunity for your technology deployment. So this is the output. So this is what we have done from the 2013 until the August of this year. So we had about 820 billion won, and our target is 1 trillion won. So this means that we have about 2 billion less. So we actually switched about 84 cases so that it can become and grow as overseas corporation. Of course, the largest demand comes from the patent. The first thing that you have to do if you want to have the global business is the PCT, or you need to secure the global patent, at least about 12 to be safer. But sometimes, it costs a lot to have a 12 PCT if your company size is relatively small, but you can get the support from the government. So we apply for the patent. So this is portfolio that we have. Of course, DNA is very strong. And in case of the application, the B2B is very dominant. So we are very much confident that we are deep tech incubator. All of our clients are in the States, so that's why we also publish the Korea Startup Index, which is becoming very much popular these days. And from this year, we even have a PDF version, online version, so that they can download the version. So we see the downloading about 100,000. Maybe this is the English information on the Korea startup. We have only 30 employees, and we work almost every day. In the past 7 years, we also have 300 partners in 35 countries. They're not the MOU basis. They're working with us every day. So we do the PMF, and sometimes we do the channel market fit for a more successful case. So I just introduced our Ubuntu Global Center, where from the start to the end, the market is our priority.
However, we need to find which market we need to go into. And depending on which market you choose, we need to know how to do pivoting. So let's say that there is a product that is easy to pivot in a certain market. That means that we need to specify a specific market that we will go into. However, as you know, the COVID-19 occurred in January, so that was devastating because 100% of our businesses is related to overseas countries, but we could not go into overseas countries because of the COVID-19. So probably for the first time in the world, we began to use Zoom in a very active manner, so all of our work became online. So there was no need for our employees to come to the office. But 2 months or 3 months has passed since the outbreak of the COVID-19. But not only us, but also the other countries. So the companies with new technologies did not come to Korea. Let's say that there is a new technology, so for the new technology, there should be a validation process. And looking at it and discussing it, with bare eyes, in a candid manner. However, things are going online, so the relevant parties could not trust each other because they were in an online environment. But after some time, relevant parties began to realize that there is no choice. So this kind of contact or non-face-to-face method of working will go on because things that used to be considered not possible are possible now online. So in the past, we could not imagine where, for example, a vice minister of a government ministry shares some data or information on Zoom with other counterparts in other nations. But this is really happening. And the virtual conferencing became available for the first time in 1997 or 1998. And Cisco and Skype service became available. It's been quite a while since the introduction of virtual conferencing. However, now, just in a year, so many people around the world are using online conferencing system. Do you think that this kind of online culture, online environment will end after the end of COVID-19 pandemic? No, I don't think so. Especially CEOs, representative of companies, they want to use online. They wanted to use online systems to monitor employees, but at the time the employees did not want to use that system. But now the case is totally different. We can do more with the online environment. And we began to tap into IDB. So the bank in South Africa, South America, and GCF, Green Climate Fund. So we have been discussing a lot with 5 international organizations, and one by one we began to have achievements. So we assure them not to be worried about technological power of Korea, but what is becoming difficult is localization. But when it comes to hardware, we can sell them when we leave the market. But what about the software? The software is about people, so we need to support employees and we need to do a lot of things. So in this case, we tell them and we provide a platform. But if you let us know promising companies, then we will form a joint venture together with those companies. So in that way, we will be able to do technology adaptation and technology transfer. So that is what we are suggesting to other countries. So we made a good timing thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic. So there was a big paradigm shift in the way of thinking. So the first project could be agreed with IDB and Korean companies and companies in Central America and South America are making applications for the project. There are some companies, for example, with the agricultural platform, but for example, in Korea, let's say that we have Korean companies with greenhouses, technologies. So if we form a joint venture between those two companies of Korea and of other countries like Argentina or Colombia, so a joint venture is created. So that technology, if that technology became available based on the joint venture, so that will be a strong point for scaling up. So you should not lose the sight of the importance of Central and South Americas. They speak Spanish and Portuguese. So there are Spanish-speaking countries and Portuguese-speaking countries, and the number of population is more than 100 million. And actually, every year they are growing in a rapid manner. And SoftBank created a fund of 5 trillion, and they began to invest in Central and South America. And the average age of population is quite young. And also there is a good perception about Korea thanks to K-pop or K-fever. So we successfully could get the project. And inside our center, we made a spin-off design lab called Design Lab. So Design Lab is responsible for sourcing projects. Let's say there's a project in Argentina, or there could be a project from Galapagos. So recently we got a project from Galapagos. So receiving that project, and Design Lab is working on how to match that project with which Korean company. So the target amount is $100 million, and now we are working on creating a fund for Central and South America. And IDB, actually, for joint ventures, they offer a grant, $150,000 US dollars. So based on many and meetings can take place between parties, and when they find a chemistry with each other, then they can work on making an official joint venture, and they create a fund, and so through the equity fund, they create an official joint venture. So the equity style funding will be available for the first time. Usually just offering a loan or giving a grant to a certain company is the general practice. However, this is first of its kind that will take place. So the GCF is the organizations under the United Nations, but they have a Korean office. But so far, GCF did not have any project with the Korean government or with Korea. So their headquarters is just located in Korea. So we made a suggestion to do something together. And I have a background of finance, not the background of engineering. So to be honest with you, I don't think we have much expertise with environmental technologies. But carbon or zero carbon technology is very important. However, reducing CO2 or the carbon emissions, sounds like a story far from me. But people need to understand the necessity of doing it. So, like riding scooters or riding bicycles will be able to reduce the carbon emissions. So that kind of thing needs to be perceived well and recognized well by the general public. For example, trekking. technologies that we use for quarantine can also be connected to climate, green climate sector. So in the past, if a government says, oh, this is the thing that you need to work on, so as a policy, you need to adopt this, and that's how the other companies used to follow. However, not anymore. Now, the key point here is that we need to leverage big data, AI, and all the new technologies. We need to leverage them well in order to grow the market for the green climate sector. So the Korean companies and the companies of another country can form a joint venture, and they can receive a grant for the facilitation of their business. And once they achieve good performance, they can be funded. So this is something that we already did. So 100 million fund, out of that, 80 million was a grant. So mitigation and adaptations can go together in this way. And this was well received. And this idea was passed at the United Nations. But this project became possible thanks to the COVID-19 situation. But with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, IDB and all the other international organizations did see a stoppage to their projects. That's why, the current situations served as a kind of facilitator. So we give technology to the concerned country. So that means that technology needs to be transferred. So what should we do with the technical support? And what should we do with concerning customer support? And what kind of support should be given? So all these questions cannot be tackled online. However, but we can accelerate the overall processes for relevant companies, like doing PMF and POC. That's why we signed an MOU with KAIST, because we found commonalities with the KAIST, the academic institute. So in the meantime, I mentioned that actually we've met 5 organizations, and now we are in the process of persuading and convincing the World Bank, which is one of the biggest international organizations out of the 5 organizations. Let's say that there's a project. Let's say that there's a country called A, and this country A needs a wind turbine plant. So for the project, funding is done. For example, how much money should be rented or loaned, rented from a certain bank. So the concerned country places an order for making that happen. But the kind of ordering size is quite big, like Samsung and Hanwha and LG CNS. So Siemens, big companies, actually they apply for the project. So the companies are evaluated. So once a certain company is chosen as a participant in the project, the company is given some kind of instructions or guidelines. This is how the overall process should be pursued, and this kind of guidance is just given to them, and the international organizations leaves the market. But this is the existing structure. So they did not focus on cultivating capacity. So capacity building was not a big concern in the past. So as part of the ODA, things went that way without a focus on capacity building. But the case is different for us. So let's say that there is a country. So in that country, there is a company, and there's a technology transfer to the company. So even after a project, the company that received technology should be sustainable. That is the basic mindset that we have. So what about the World Bank? Actually, the World Bank, they make inspections and they do the review of the vendors, and they make a list of vendors, and depending on the needs, they choose and select the vendor that they need. So this is what we told them. And so please give me the list of the vendors that are really good, and also help us to form a joint venture with feasible companies. So that's what we are suggesting to the World Bank. So we are in the process of convincing the World Bank. So through a spin-off, there could be a company, and with the company, we can do a joint venture, and then through the joint ventures, we can obtain a certain project. And by making that project successful, we can do scale up. So in this way, our experience can be enhanced, and our know-how can be enhanced, and also good technology can remain in the concerned country. So we'd like to make this kind of site, not one, not two, just several sites around the world. And this is the thing that we are having in mind. So next week, we have a first prototype event with the World Bank and the Ministry of Planning of Korea. So the prototype event will take place for the first time next week, along with the World Bank. Once that is done in a successful manner, we will be able to make further successes in the future. So to sum it up, so our lab designers, actually, they go around, look around the whole world. They do a sourcing of companies, and we try to find the right companies, and we match the market and companies together. And then we form a joint venture, and then we get funding. And through a joint venture, Korean companies are able to advance into overseas markets. And channel marketing and distribution channels actually are supported by us. So in this new normal era, we can do business without going to the concerned countries directly. And this is about project sourcing. And is it company sourcing or the project sourcing? It's actually project sourcing is more important to us. And design lab at KAIST will be established according to our discussion with KAIST. And we are the one who are working with startups. As you know, the level of technologies of startups is not perfect yet. There are some kind of missing pieces in their technologies. That's why we need Daejeon, because here in Daejeon, there are many available technologies that can fill the gap. So there are technologies that have been retained by professors or that have been retained by university labs. So we'd like to leverage those technologies so that a joint venture that will be created in the future can use those technologies. So the lab to global market is the major theme that we are talking to the Ministry of Science and Technology. So what we are asking startups is that you need to first identify demand of a market. So if you get us demand, if you let us know the demand, we will support you. So when it comes to government, actually there is a government administration and the National Assembly. However, these are the stakeholders for us. And there are so many stakeholders, and we have expanded the stakeholders, VC and all the things here are stakeholders for us. So with technologies that we have, we would like to do business. Technology, if it is good, it should not be ended as a technology. It should be commercialized. And Korea is one of the OECD countries. So at least 10% of the technology developed should be commercialized, I think. So that is the objective that I have in mind. So I'd like to move on to a conclusion. Our position is the same. We value customers, and customers are our priority. We should not make things that are not wanted by the market. And if you want to use the word commercialization, that means absolutely you put customers first. So commercialization is about giving what customers want and need. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful keynote speech. So please take your seat now. We now have a panel discussion with 4 panelists. The topic of panel discussion is building a global innovation system for ICT convergence technology commercialization. First, I would like to introduce each panelist for taking precious time to join us today. So on my right, we have Vice President Choi Jong-in, the Indus University Corporation Foundation from the Hanbat National University. And next, we have a Vice President Park Jong-hung, the SMEs and Commercialization Division of the ATRI. On my left, we have the Chief Executive Director Kim Jong-gop from the Vonto Global Center, who just finished the keynote speech. And we also have a General Manager Park Dong-hak from the K-Water Human Resources Development Institute. So please give them big hands. In this panel discussion, we will share their experiences or expertise, and you also can talk about some of the challenges as well as the frustration that you have encountered. So anything that would be good for the global innovation system. We also have some time ready for the Q&A from the audience. And first, I'd like to invite the Vice President Choi Jong-in, who had a lot of experience in the, especially the industry-academia collaboration. So, the Vice President Choi Jong-in, would you please start first? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Choi Jong-in, the Vice President of the Hanbat National University. I think this is a very, very unique occasion. It is my honor to be invited to this panel discussion. I was very impressed with the keynote speech, and I fully echo what he says during his presentation. Well, the map of the Silicon Valley and the map of Seoul and the Gyeonggi province, or the high-tech cluster, gave us a lot of insight, and I fully echo what he said. He also emphasized the market. Well, I can give one analogy for your better understanding. We have a TPM. This is the concept, meaning technology product market. And so 110, 100. So this means that the technology is one, and then you need to have 10 times more effort to make it available in the market. And at the same time, it will take 100 effort to make the customer open their purse and then purchase your product at the end of the day. So in that sense, I think he rightly pointed out the importance of the market. We also can think about the TPM concept in a reverse way. Do we need to think about the market first, or do we need to think about the issues that the customers have in their market. So what are the technologies we need to have to resolve those issues by the customers? So this means that we can go forward as well as backward to have a meaningful output. And the second point I'd like to stress is that, of course, he also introduced the Bloomberg Innovation Index in his prologue. Well, of course, the Korea enjoys #1 position, but we also have some vulnerability or the weak points, where productivity is the area that we need to focus more, because our rank is like 18 this year. So this means that we have a new opportunity, but at the same time, we also have a risk. We also can enhance our approach to the global market by resolving these issues. Now, from the perspective of the industry and academia collaboration, we can think about the two issues. Number one is the policy from the government. So number one is a policy from the government side, and number two is a program that are being executed by the universities. Well, the government has a 5-year plan, and they actually set up the task and action plan every year. And they also encourage to foster the talent. And we have 4 pillars. And of course, number one is top talent. So how we foster the top talent, that's number one. And the second pillar is the technology transfer and technology commercialization. So we also need to have more value-added effort. And number 3, or the third pillar, is technology transfer is not the end. So we also need to convert into the startup or the incubation of the new companies. And number 4 is infrastructure. So we have also more specific programs to execute all these actions. And we have a project called LINK. We have 50 universities across the country, and a lot of departments are also joining this project. So they have a customized the collaboration project together with the companies. In case of Daejeon, they're focusing more on the science and technology. And then we also can think of the program that would fit to that, the characteristic of that region. Where this was also mentioned by the Chief Executive Director Kim Jong-guk, this area could better cope with the COVID-19 situation, because we could come up with the COVID-19 testing kit as well as innovative technology. And we are currently now under the limelight. But in terms of the market value, I think we need to be more proactive and go global. So this means that we also can think of moving our head office to other areas. You gave example of the United States. And in Europe, in terms of the pharmaceutical company, Basel of Switzerland is very well known because they have a head office of Novartis and other global pharmaceutical companies. So you also can set up the joint ventures to enhance the value of the company or the product, the value. So this will conclude my comment here.
Thank you, Mr. Choi. The industry and academic cooperation is the basis for technology commercialization. So I'd like to thank Mr. Choi's efforts so far, and I expect your hard work for cultivating talent for the future. And next panelist is Mr. Chung-Heung Park, Vice President of SMEs and Commercialization Division of ETRI. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chung-Heung Park of ETRI. ETRI is the National AI Research Lab, and we changed the mission name. So Korea needs to be equipped with AI, artificial intelligence, and that is the mission that we have for the future of Korea. And from a commercialization point of view, I'd like to talk about the importance of commercialization and what really happens for startups when they go into global markets. So I'd like to thank the presenter for the presentation. And much of the presentation content covered what I wanted to tell you today. And there are some points that I agree on. At the same time, there are some points that I disagree on. So I'd like to give you my personal thoughts. First of all, I'd like to emphasize the importance of commercialization. When it comes to R&D, there are two types: fast follower type and first mover type. So follower and first mover, depending on which type you choose, the approach we take needs to be different. So in the past, when we followed the fast follower, commercialization processes were not that complicated. So there was a technology transfer to a company. A company works on products based on the transferred technology. Then the company goes into the market. So the overall process was not that complicated, because the transferred technologies was from an advanced country and market. So there was no need to think a lot about the existence or the effectiveness of the technology. But now the situation is different. So when we follow a first mover approach, we need to think about how to create a market. But in the meantime, startups are becoming formidable because they gain experience in the process and they improve their products. So they play a crucial role in our ecosystem. So I cannot emphasize more about the importance of startups. They play such a crucial role. And that's why universities are giving support to startups by setting up incubation programs. And at the same time, the private sector and the public sectors are making a lot of investments in startups these days. In case of battery, even before the current startup boom, like more than 10 years ago, so we have been working with startups. So far, we have been, producing 60 startups, and there are about 60 joint ventures that were created by us as well. And out of 100 joint ventures, whenever we had the opportunities, and we try to give them the opportunities to go global. However, unfortunately, such efforts did not prove successful so far. We listened to a presentation in the morning. So that presentation was about Beijing, and during the presentation, there was a talking about a startup. So over the years, we could realize that it's really important to help startup to go into the global market. So I had a lot of chances to listen to startups, and they said there are two barriers that they face when they go into the global market. One is the language barrier, and the other barrier is a cultural barrier. So they said that because of the fact that they could not overcome these two barriers, they could not go well in the overseas market. So what is language barrier? So language barrier means that you should know how to capture the minds and hearts of investors. When you make a presentation about your company, like in several minutes, so many of the startups who fail to go into the global market, they said so. So presenting my company in English or in a good language was difficult. And the second barrier was, as you know, the cultural barrier. So let's say that there is a communication technologies, but this technology needed to be introduced to a certain market in the overseas market. However, the frequency rule was different from Korea. So that kind of cultural differences or software differences, serves as a barrier. So in order for success, local customization is needed. However, as you know, the startup businessmen or entrepreneurs are quite busy, so they have a lot of things going in their head. So they need to think about products, they need to think about business management and marketing method and so on. So even here in the domestic market, they think that they are not doing a good job, but at the same time, they feel pressure to go into the global market, so they do not dare to think about going global. So most of them have a tendency to think that they will go global once they stabilize their business here in Korea or here in the domestic market. So when it comes to first mover R&D approach, what matters most is that actually I listened to several presentations made so far in this event. But what I realize is that if you have a good patent, if you have a good technology, if you have a good product, you would be able to overcome the two barriers that I mentioned in an easy manner. So in the past, let's say that there's a new idea or new technologies for the new approach, a patent was applied and issued. But now the situation is different. So we look at a certain area first, and for that area, we check what kind of patents were issued for that area. So in a strategic manner, we try to identify what technologies needs to be patented. So that approach is suitable these days. So at ATRI, we are making a shift as well. So we are coming up with strategic approach for global technology commercialization, and we hope to gain good results from the new plan. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Park from ATRI. So ATRI has been at the core of ICT convergence, and it will be reborn as the ICT convergence hub once again. That is my expectation. So now I need to give the microphone to those working in the field. So Mr. Jong-ga Kim, Chief Director of Bontu Global Center, please. So you have experienced helping more than 500 startups go into Americas. So please share your opinions and suggestions with us.
Well, I think I actually cover all the things that I need to make in my keynote speech. Well, during my presentation, I didn't cover in detail. So the commitment is another element that we need to focus. If you do the global business, just dedication itself is not enough. You need to have a scrupulous preparation, and you also need to have a matching competency. Well, we had a heated discussion, a debate for over the criteria. Well, especially if you want to work in the global market, then we will provide the support. So the criteria or the ceiling is not that high. However, from our perspective, we cannot guarantee that those companies only with the ambition and dedication or passion would really prosper. So we need to be more selective, because we need to have a review on the qualification. That's why I mentioned about the language skill, where sometimes we even ask them to prepare the pitching, maximum for about 1 minute, to test their language capability or the fluency. So commitment is another element. Well, So if you want to advance into China, then you need to have a commitment, because competition in a Chinese market is also very fierce. They don't always welcome the foreign companies, and because you also need to compete against them. Well, overseas investment is very difficult. Well, sometimes they say you need to move or transfer your head office to the market for further investment. So this means that sometimes you need to completely move your living base as well as a business base. So this means that you may encounter a lot of difficulties. So that means you need to have a lot of thorough preparation. Well, sometimes you feel that, am I really forced to move out and then go into the global market? So you need to have a different perspective. When another thing that I didn't mention enough was identify the demand in the market. Especially in the United States, it's not that easy. It's not that difficult to identify the demand, because the demand side, they very, very clearly know what they need. So they even have a level 1, level 2, level 3 aspect of the demand. So it's very easy to find out the demand or the matching the demand. But sometimes I have a meeting with the Korean companies, and sometimes they have a very ambiguous response. They say, "Oh, okay, just give us your contact point, and we'll let you know." Well, sometimes they say, "Oh, I want a list of all the companies." They said they will review everything, but sometimes they don't even know what they want. So they're just looking for something good. They're just looking for something very innovative. So this is not enough, because sometimes you need to educate them, because they don't even know what the exact demand that they want to have. Sometimes they just go out for cheaper price. And we see the repetition of this process. Let me give an example. Currently, we are working together with the Continental, and we found out that we could take a lead, because we have more than thousands of the technologies that they want. But maybe they have a deeper pocket than us. And it took about 3 to 4 months for the pitch. And so they did reverse pitching, because they want to let us know that what they want. So of course, we had a Zoom meeting, and I'm interested in that. Then we can make an entry into that part. So the success rate is far higher, because the companies also can prepare themselves, because you have the technology and you know how you can present your technology. So what are the highlights and what are the things that you can focus less? Before, we had a kind of a blind elephant game. But of course, this is not the easy process. But now the time is different, because we no longer need to have a fast follower. We need to be the mover, and we need to be the leader. And the one last thing I'd like to comment before I finish is that we don't have sufficient middle manager or middleman. We all have just engineers. We don't have a middleman. Even in terms of the policy, we have investors and we have engineers. There's no middleman or the matching entity. But when you want to have a technology commercialization, you definitely need to have the middleman. There's a scope of the engineer, because we cannot push them to, we cannot push engineers to go further and then move toward the technology commercialization, because they have a completely different mentality. If you do the R&D with the mindset of the businessman or the management, then you would have a completely different output. So the DNA is very different. Of course, some people may be very versatile, so they are very good in a lot of different stuff, but it's a completely different area, Well, so we need to have more human resources who are more adaptive to the technology and the engineering and the commercialization all together. So I mentioned that we have only about 3,500 M&A experts, but in the United States, especially Silicon Valley, they have more than 160,000 experts in M&A. So as long as we have a sufficient number of the M&A experts, then we would have more cases or more deals of the M&A. So I hope that we could also reinforce the manpower in that area as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. And I fully agree with your point. So far, KAIST GCC has been working with regional hubs in each region, and by making efforts, we could discover many kinds of demands. And such a demand pool type commercialization should be expanded further, I believe. And the models based on this type of approach needs to be activated further. And next panelist is Mr. Dong-hak Park, General Manager of K-Water Academy, which is a K-Water Human Resources Development Institute. So Mr. Park will talk about how to build an ecosystem for commercialization. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Park Dong-hak from K-Water Academy, and I'd like to thank you for your invitation. And before I begin, I'd like to introduce to you K-Water. K-Water was established in 1967, and it has been contributing to enhancing the welfare and well-being of the general public. And K-Water Academy is for foreigners, so we give a training to foreigners in terms of water management. So through a joint venture, K-Water and can be a participant, and that will make the overall process easier. So I agree with the previous presenter. But from development to operation, it takes about 10 years. So 2 or 3 out of 10 projects could be successful. So in my view, the biggest challenge that we face in overseas project is time. Today, I'd like to talk about how K-Water is contributing to building our ecosystem for global commercialization. And secondly, I'd like to talk about examples of supporting SMEs by using our Water Industry Platform Center. K-Water, starting from 1997, has been providing education and training programs to developing countries. So most of them were government officials in charge of water management. So they come to Korea, and also when you go to Jeonmin-dong, we have a dormitory under the K-Water Academy. So they stay in the dormitory and they receive training and education for 2 weeks, and they learn about how to manage water system. So we do field visits together, like multipurpose dams and water purification facilities, sewage water facilities, and the integrated water management and operation center, and so on. So first, what I want to talk about is that so the K-Water is well known for outstanding water management. So we are combining the water technologies along with ICT technology. So when you go to K-Water headquarters, there is Integrated Water Management Center, and at the center, data about every dam here in Korea is monitored on a real-time basis. So we do a field trip to this integration center, and government officials of developing countries, as trainees, they watch and learn about the facility, and they are astonished by the Korean technological power, and they want to do benchmarking of Korean systems. So what is important is that, for example, actually in the 3rd week of December, at the request of Indonesian government, Water Academy, K-Water Academy, will conduct on-tact or non-face-to-face virtual education to water management system operators. And another thing that I want to talk about is that, whenever we have certain topic in relations to facilities of companies, during our international program, we invite the working level persons from SMEs so that they can deliver knowledge and so that they can talk about their products to the government officials or trainees of the training course of other countries. So one of the goals of K-Water is to promote our knowledge and share the knowledge that we have gained so far over the last 5 decades. And we are not, aiming to have a profit, at hand. However, actually, we'd like to share what we have gained with other countries. And by leveraging the K-Water Industry Platform Center, we are supporting SMEs so that they can go into the global markets. So not only K-Water, but also SMEs should succeed together. That is the mindset that we have. And major activities that we did is that actually we bring SMEs to overseas exhibitions and technology roadshows and business sessions or meetings and so on. First of all, we received the applications from the SMEs related to water industry. So through the review process, we select a certain number of SMEs. So we form the overseas market pioneer group. So in case of 2018, 33 SMEs, or in case of 2019, 39 SMEs, and this year 39 SMEs were selected as the part of the overseas market pioneering group. So they participate in overseas exhibitions, business sessions, and localization pilot programs. So as for overseas exhibitions, back in 2018, we participated in overseas exhibitions in Vietnam, Indonesia, and other countries. And because of the COVID-19, exhibitions are not being held. But after the COVID-19 pandemic, we will resume our activities. And I'd like to talk about technology roadshows. So we introduce the technologies that we have that are customized for the concerned countries. And I'd like to talk about business sessions or meetings. So we take advantage of the network of the Korean government or the K-Water. So we have one-on-one business meetings with water-related companies or governments of other countries. For example, in 2018, targeting 50 people from water utilities of the Philippines, we made an introduction of smart water management pilot program. And as a result, we signed a contract. And the last one is the localization pilot project. For example, when there is a developing countries, actually we install water technology devices for free first. So by having them experience the new technologies that we have, they can know the strong points of the technologies of ours. So there is a technological support for small and medium-sized companies of Korea. So there is support activities by the government and by K-Water for the SMEs. And the concerned countries as well, they give a financial support, on the local side for civil engineering work, hardware, equipment, and electrical work. So as a result, actually we could successfully perform 9 projects in 4 countries in Vietnam. So we expect more further concretized results in a few years to come. Thank you. Thank you for the comment.
I also like to thank all the effort that you made in the past 15 years. I also executed a lot of different programs by inviting the students to the KAIST who are in the master's course and the doctor's course. But sometimes we cannot reach the final at the stage because we need to work together with the other entities. I think we are slightly behind our schedule, but let's move on and then go into the Q&A session because you are making a lot of contribution to the solid ecosystem. So please go ahead and then make any comment. You can direct the person whom you want to make question. So this time I'd like to invite the Director Park Dong-ha for the comment.
So what I found in common is that for the commercialization ecosystem, we are thinking that actually there's a need to find a sustainable way to do that. And personally, at K-Water, even for a short time, actually I am responsible for international cooperation work. But when I do international cooperation work, I feel a lack of information and lack of human networks when pursuing overseas projects. So as a K-Water employee, I feel that, and this kind of difficulty must be felt more by SMEs and small-sized companies or startups. So I think that one of the ideas that we can think of is to form a platform for global commercialization centering around several institutions here in Daejeon. So what do you think? So if we form a platform for commercialization among institutes or institutions here in Daejeon, it will be good for sharing information for globalization. So what do you think? I'm sorry, I missed your point. So can you clarify your question? And Born2 Global is a center that is responsible for selecting a number of startups that will go into global market. But so I cannot think about or talk about the big pictures, but here is what I thought. So there shouldn't be a conflict with the private sector, but sometimes at some point I feel like there is a kind of intrusion into the private sector. So one of the difficulties that we face as a public corporation is that when it comes to technology validation, there are many businesses and projects going on. So the technology validation projects are done by this ministry or that ministry and so on. However, actually, they make a selection after hearing a 5-minute presentation. Probably, of course, I think that actually that selection is made because they trust the concerned startup. But what about the reality? There are so many engineers or experts here. So what if we come up with a system for validation? So for example, let's say that there is a technology. So is this a technology that could be made by, a graduate school student, based on the 3 years effort? Or is this the feasible technology? So is this a good technology? So that kind of validation needs to be made, and business feasibility needs to be also assessed. So here is one example that I felt ashamed of myself, and I trusted one company, the CEO of the company, so that was a venture company. So I introduced that company to Silicon Valley. However, the Silicon Valley person asked me, writing me an email, JK, are you working really? So are you a worker? How come can you introduce this kind of company to me, introduce this kind of technologies to me? So that was the email that I've got, because that technology was already validated and verified in German market according to that Silicon Valley person. And now after that email, actually, I tried to figure out more information about the company, and it turned out that the CEO of the venture company that I trusted, did hide something. So I really hope that actually there could be a kind of a validation system through which we can easily validate the technology feasibility. So is there any other suggestions that you want to make?
I think the key is to nurture, the foster the good human talent from the universities. Well, then, especially for the fourth revolution, I mean, to prepare for the fourth revolution, what are the qualifications that we need to have for the human talent? Maybe we can think of the 4 C's, starting with the C in English. Number 1 is maybe communication. So, of course, language as well as non-language elements can be included for the good communication. And the second C starts from comes from the creativity. So, how would you identify the needs, and how can you see something that other people cannot see? So there might be unmet need definitely in the market by the consumers. How can you explore and identify those unmet needs, especially in the low context culture market? Maybe they can more easily express or voice out their demand, but we also have other different countries. And the third C comes from commitment. So I just came up with this idea of the 4C regarding the human resource development. Do you have any other comment? Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to continue my explanations that I couldn't do, and also at the end of my explanations, I'd like to ask you a certain question. Starting up a business is really tough. And the first presentation made in this morning was made by a Chinese institute responsible for serving as a bridge between Korea and China startups. And during a Q&A session, what I found was that the Chinese speaker mentioned that they are giving a lot of benefits to startups, but the beneficiaries of the benefits should be not startups at an early stage, but startups with mature technology. So hearing that answer, I realized that, this is the reality where we are. So we are in a reality where it is really difficult for startups to advance into another market. This may be off the subject. However, at Atri, we began to adopt a new system for finding, recruiting startups. So let's say that for hiring new employees, let's say that we hire 6 or 7 new people, and so when we hire the new people, actually we kind of identify whether this person, what this person will do. Like after several years, this is a person who will do the startup, or this is the person who will do this and that. So having that in mind, we try to select people. that was off the subject, I know. But when it comes to commercialization, I think that it's necessary to match the product to the market that needs the product. So that would be the realistic way. So is there a real success that you experience by doing that? So can you share more examples of success stories? Mr. Jong-ga Kim, please.
I think a number of projects are being proceeded in that way, where it is yet to tell whether the project is successful or not, because it's been only less than a year. And let me give you one example out of those projects. And the projects that I get involved right now is the drone technology, or the LiDAR technology, or forest protection technology. We can combine these three technologies together. We have one company in Latin America, and they use a satellite image. And if they get the image from the satellite, they can distinguish which is a forest and which is just a field. So they can they have a solution that can extract the image and then distinguish what is the tree or not. And another one is that you take a photo, you get images from the LiDAR, and then you can have a map. Especially, we don't have any issue because we don't have any issue with the tropical or the forest. But in Latin America, they need to have a technology, because that way they can identify which tree is that. So there's another company that can execute the solution. And one more example is to enhance the drone flight time by using the hydrogen cell. So if you have all those elements separately, then you cannot make a necklace. So drone technology company, just search the battery company. So as long as you can integrate these elements, then you can definitely have a very successful case, because we can have a collaboration project together with the company in the Galapagos, because of course you need to have some modification, and we can come up with the algorithm for the modification or the alignment. So in this case, we can also invite the local companies, not just the Korean companies. So this is something that the GCF really welcome. So I think that this definitely has a huge potential. But I have some concern at the same time, because if you have a 5 CTO, then what would happen? Or maybe I can handle 5 CEO, but maybe not the 5 CTO, because you need to have a very, very delicate or subtle orchestration. So that's very challenging. And then sometimes, they need to have a strong leadership by the GCF. So that is a kind of homework that we need to delve into. So I feel very excited, because I feel as if I come back to my hometown. I feel so comfortable and I feel so much confident. But I wish I could visit this place more often. Well, I don't know everything, but I travel around the globe almost 50% of my time around the year to find out the right technology. And we have 30 people, but they can command the 7 different foreign languages. So because most of them were recruited from the overseas, so we can move on in a very speedy manner, because if other entities may need about 7 days, and we can finish it up within 1 or 2 days. So I feel very comfortable and very much connected, and I definitely can come up with a fruitful result.
This ends panel discussion. We have 14 minutes left. Are there any questions from the floor? So I'd like to take some questions from the floor. And when you ask the questions, please designate the person that you ask question to. I am Hao Jae-bom, Assistant Manager of the Daejeon Techno Park. So I'd like to give questions to Professor Choi of Hanbad University. And at the moment, we are doing the National Cluster Project. So Daejeon is well known for innovative resources and outstanding talents. So, but in order for us to do a good job at the National Innovative Cluster Project, what advice can you give to us? So Michael Porter researched innovation. When we think about his paper, it takes time to create an innovative cluster. An innovative clusters cannot be created just overnight. So there are two kinds of clusters. One clusters that was created naturally, the other one is created artificially. Each of them has strong points and weak points. So in fact, how much time will be injected is a matter that needs to be resolved. And secondly, collaboration or cooperation is crucial. A cluster means that a lot of different parties gather together to come up with a new thing. So collaboration is crucial. And last point is that leadership matters eventually. Whether you are in Boston, Silicon Valley, or in the Research Triangle Park, so when you take a look at each cluster that exists, you could see long-standing leadership. Unfortunately, however, here in the case of Daejeon, that kind of long-term leadership is not visible. So I think that we should shift focus from the public sectors to the private sector in terms of establishing leadership as well. Is there any other comment?
Just, I would like to thank all the panelists for such an insightful debate. And my question is for Dr. Park, Vice President of ETRI. And I would like to ask how the research international cooperation affects later the potential commercialization, especially for the local customization and how it can affect. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't catch your question. Please
Okay.
ask me again briefly.
No problem. It's like how research international cooperation can affect later the commercialization. And then we talked before about local customization. So if that cooperation between countries can later improve the commercialization. The research cooperation.
The sound system in this room is not that good, so we cannot listen clearly. All of us don't use this nice fancy system, so.
Okay, if it is not so, urgent, why don't we talk about after the session? Maybe I mentioned about language barriers during my speaking, so I also have a language barriers. But actually, this time the problem is something like howling or speaker problems. I couldn't understand clearly your question. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, next question. Clearly, slowly, please.
알겠습니다, 교수님. Well, good afternoon with everybody. Thank you so much, panelists, for that
thoughts and insights. My name is Ronnie Estrella, and ITTP KAIS student from Ecuador. And I would like to do a question to Dr. Jong-Pan Kim, head of the Bond to Global Center. As you know, all the time the innovation is making that developing countries advance and progress faster, right? So there is the gap among the developed and developing countries is becoming bigger every time. So in that sense, I would like to ask you, what can be advised to governments in developing countries that seek to promote a better environment for startups as alternative to reduce the gap of global advance in innovation?
Your question to whom?
Dr. Jong-Pan Kim.
Wow, it's very difficult question. It's very complex. And I think trust. Trust is a main ingredient, because as all these speakers mentioned about that, because of a startup, because it's an early stage, because it's immature, no big organization like a World Bank adopt their initiation, their trial. That's the big hurdle as a startup. So if you want to make a startup ecosystem in your own country, especially in the developing country, trust issue is more important than the developed country. Because otherwise, they cannot sell their product. They cannot even try their product in a small or large project. So I think fundamentally, you should set up how they trust startups initiation. They're starting from the selection process also. And education, entrepreneurship education is very essential, but another important factor is business education. Startup ecosystem, I mentioned earlier, is not a matter of the developer and the investor. We need a CFO, we need a CMO, we need the CCO, communication officer, we need a CSO, CIO, different type of functionality we need that to make the startup. But the government should provide that kind of resource also inside of the ecosystem. But many countries just focusing on technology and investment. So they think like with the money, they can do anything. But no, because we have a bunch of different type of the hurdle. So I will strongly recommend you should set up it's relatively learn from the developed country, build up simultaneously that kind of middleman's ecosystem also. Thank you.
우리 공식적인 랭귀지가 한국말인데 잠시 저희가 착각해서 영어로 진행했던 것을 죄송하게 생각합니다.
So momentarily we got a misunderstanding that our official language is English. So but we need to carry on in Korean. So we have some time left still. So do you have any other questions from the floor?
My name is Carlos Saavedra from Ecuador. I am a KAIS ITTP PhD student. And my question goes to Dr. Park Dong-hang. And it is how commercialization ecosystem supports the development of small and medium-sized enterprises. That's all.
질문이 보니까 중소기업 발전을 위해 가지고.
So your questions was about how the commercialization system ecosystem can be helpful for SMEs. I think this is one of the difficult questions, and I believe that I can answer these questions in two aspects. One aspect is that there must be government or institutions that support SMEs, and also the other aspect is what should be done by SMEs. So first of all, from the side of supporting SMEs, so personally, I believe that for the development of SMEs, there should be a standardized model. So if there's a success case, that kind of success case should be put into a certain model, and that model should be informed and known to SMEs. So it takes time for technology commercialization. So in the middle of the process, many startups end up giving up. So let's say that there is a successful startup, and that successful startup story needs to be standardized into a certain model, and that model should be spreading, should be diffused to other SMEs. And also, second aspect is that we need to think about what should be done by SMEs. So the domestic market is saturated. That's why many companies are trying to go into the global market. But when going global, they can succeed only when they are ready. Without any preparation, if they just go into the global market, they cannot succeed. So here in Korea, even here, you don't have networks. But in this situation, if you go without any preparation into global market, you would end up not having a success. So I think that what needs to be done, or what needs to be prepared by SMEs, needs to be thought of by SMEs themselves as well. So in order to go global, you need to have necessary capabilities, technologies, and competencies. Only when that happens, you can also be benefited from a good ecosystem. So the supporting organizations and SMEs, the beneficiary, needs to work together and make efforts together.
교수님이
We have one successful case. Actually, one of the professors in our university set up a company. And first of all, he tried to make advancement into, he actually knocked on the door of the imported market, import market. And he imported product, and the product can be purchased by the public organization or the customers. And the necessary financing could be raised by the special finance institution. And then he also could mobilize and secure the needed human resources. That is because of the very special, trustful relationship between the professors and the students. So he could create a success story, but once the product reaches some high level, then it becomes a plateau, and maybe he cannot move on further. So this means that he needs to have a new technology. I know that he was very much successful. He first started very small, but he grew the company to the size equivalent to 100 billion won. I think the time is almost up. Well, in the past 10 to 20 years, all of you were really committed to this sector. Maybe it's too much to extract all the essence out of these 4 panelists. I think we are in the starting point instead of the ending point. So I think today's session is very much fruitful. We are encountering the post-COVID-19 situation and also the 4th industrial revolution, where we are talking about the global technology commercialization. We also need to have interactive communication channels. This is a direction that we need to move on further. And I believe we can create or come up with the most solid ecosystem for the technology commercialization. I would like to express my thanks all to the 4 panelists as well as a participant.
네, 지금까지 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다. 모든 세션은 마쳤고 세션 이어서
Thank you for attending the conference all day long. And we will have a commemorative photo session. So panelists, And speakers of session 1 and 2, please come up to the stage for a photo.